Hi, good morning. Be seated, everyone. I hope everyone had a good evening. Mr. Blankus, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Call your next witness, please.
Defense calls Lisa Campo.
All right, Lisa Campo, please, officer.
Lisa Campo?
Hi, Ms. Campo.
Good morning.
Just remain standing for a minute. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer an oath to you.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to the court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Lisa Campo, C-A-M-P-O.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Ms. Campo. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone only records. It does not in any way project your voice in the courtroom. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. All right, very good. Mr. Blankus, your witness.
Good morning, Ms. Campo.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
As of today, I'm retired.
God bless you. Directing your attention back to August 7th. What were you doing?
I was working as a physician assistant. Author of this note, I was present in a trauma room for a trauma patient which arrived in the emergency room. I was doing a consult for the orthopedic surgeon who was on call for trauma.
And did you see?
Looks like at the time the patient came in, he was not identified. Therefore, the note says that the patient is a 119-year-old unknown, and that's typical for someone who is a trauma patient to come in until they are identified at some point down the road.
All right, so whoever you were treating on that day, did you notice any injuries to him?
According to the note, patient was complaining of elbow pain. It says that there was multiple abrasions, scratch marks about the chest, back, and left elbow.
With regards to the physical exam and in talking to him, what, if anything, did you know?
I noted that the patient was awake. He was only oriented ×1, which means he would recognize his name. Other than that, he was confused. If he was not oriented more than ×1, that means he really didn't know where he was or what date it was at the time of his arrival. I wrote in my note that he was confused and speaking and complaining of significant chest and left upper extremity pain distress.
Did you notice any puncture wounds on his body?
According to my note, it says there was a puncture wound and scratches along the left dorsal elbow and a significantly obvious deformity of the elbow.
With regards to the chest, what did you observe?
I see no obvious deformity. There were multiple scratches and abrasions and a possible puncture wound in the left flank.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Campo, you don't specifically remember treating Mr. Barisone?
No, I do not.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may.
Judge, if I just want to, irrespective of whether or not you remember, whoever you treated on that specific day, you observed what you testified to, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Campo. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just watch your step.
The next witness, Mr. Belinkis.
Audrey Huber.
Audrey Huber. Just watch your step. And then step up right up to the table over there.
Hi, Ms. Huber.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you place your left hand on the Bible, please? Raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andrea Everett Huber, Huber.
Thank you.
Have a seat, ma'am. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. The microphone on the witness stand does not project your voice at all. It just records it. So we need to hear your natural speaking voice. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes.
All right, very good. Mr. Belinkis, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Huber.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a director of a nonprofit organization in Long Valley, the MVCA.
Directing your attention to August 7th, 2019.
Yes,
What were you doing?
I believe you're referring to the first aid squad call. I'm a volunteer member of the Long Valley First Aid Squad. So I was going to the call.
Okay, and how long have you been a member of that first aid?
To this point, 18 years
18 years as of
now.
now. All right, so approximately 16 years at the time you did it.
Correct.
And have you had any particular training to be a first aid responder?
Yes, I'm a certified EMT in the state of New Jersey, which means I did, at the time I went through the class, was about 110 hours of training, 10 hours of volunteer time at the hospital, and we do continuing education classes to recertify every 3 years.
Okay, on that day, did you respond to 411 Mill Road?
West Mill, yes.
Okay, and when you got there, did you have an opportunity to observe my client, Michael Barisone?
Yes,
Did you treat him on that day?
yes.
All right. With regards to your primary impression, do you recall what that was at that day?
May I look at my notes?
Sure, absolutely. Well, let me give you your report.
Okay.
It's Defense 600-1. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection. We're going to be talking about certain things.
Right. We got to the scene. There was a lot of activity. The person that came with me in my ambulance went to treat the young lady, and they had enough people there, so I looked over and saw Mr. Barisone sitting against a tree with an obvious facial injury.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries to his arms?
I saw that in the report. Yeah, I did not recall that before I read the report, but yes.
Okay, but now that you've read the report,
Yes.
does it refresh your
Mhm.
recollection as
Yes.
to what, if anything, you observed with regards to his arm?
That came a little bit later. As I stated, he was handcuffed at the time. My initial observation was the blood that was running down his face. The arm, we tended to a little bit later when two members of the Atlantic ambulance squad came over because I didn't have enough equipment there.
And how would you describe what you observed regarding his arm?
I don't recall.
Can you look at
It was
your-
deformed, and we did splint it later, according to the report. But it didn't stick out in my mind, honestly, as much as the facial injury.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any injuries to the inner left thigh?
It looked like a dog bite.
And where was that located?
Inner left thigh, along with various lacerations.
Now, during your treatment of him, did you ask him what happened for the purpose of using that as far as your assessment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall him saying
Judge, I'm going to object.
repeatedly?
She doesn't recall. She can refresh her recollection. You can't just read from the report. The report's not in evidence.
Okay, can you please look at your report?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to refer you to the second paragraph in the narrative.
Mhm.
Did you ask repeated questions to Mr. Barisone?
No, sir. He asked repeated questions to the crew.
Okay, and what did he say, if anything, about the incident?
I don't remember everything he
Please
said.
refer to your report and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Oh, he remembered his birthday at one point. He did not remember the incident. I'm
Judge,
sorry.
just so the record's clear, Mr. Valinkis was pointing to a specific line in the
Right.
report.
It's to refresh your recollection. The
Right.
report's not in evidence. Does it refresh your recollection about what he said regarding remembering the incident?
Not really, but
Okay.
if I wrote the report, it's true.
Fine, okay.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. Huber, what does LOC stand for?
Loss of consciousness.
And did you indicate in your report on the top section that there was a head injury without loss of consciousness?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Where is that information? Where did you get that information from that you put in your report, that there was a loss of consciousness?
We have a system that we use for writing reports, and there's a drop-down menu,
Right.
and that best described what the incident was.
Okay. But specifically, you indicated there was not a loss of consciousness?
Not that I could
All
know,
right.
yes.
And is that determination based on your interaction with Mr. Barisone at the scene, or do you get that information from other sources as well to put in your report?
I don't recall, honestly, Your Honor, what transpired as far as my asking the questions.
Right.
It is a question we usually ask, but I don't recall specifically asking it in this case. Somehow I knew. Either somebody told me or Mr. Barisone himself told me.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can step down, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming to court today.
Just watch your steps.
All right, your next witness, please.
Dr. John Biscaro.
Dr. John Biscaro. Your doctor. Walk your steps, step up to the table, please.
Hi, Doctor. Good morning. Can you place your left hand on the Bible, please?
Yes.
And raise your right hand. You can put your pad and notes down. That's it. Raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath.
Yes.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yeah, John Daniel Bascara, Bascara.
Thank you.
You may have a seat, sir.
Okay.
Please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Yes.
The microphone only records. It does not project your voice in the
Oh,
courtroom.
okay.
All right? And if you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Blankus.
Good morning, Doctor.
Yes.
Where are you employed, sir?
Morris County Correctional Facility.
In what capacity?
I'm the jail psychiatrist
And how long have you been the jail psychiatrist?
since January 2016.
Now, can you give the jury a little bit of your background, your education and experience prior to August 2019?
Yes, well, I completed my psychiatry training in 2004 at Thomas Jefferson University. And in 2006, I finished my child and adolescent psychiatry training at New Jersey Medical School here. Yes.
Directing your attention to August 20th, 2019, did you have an occasion to talk to my client, Michael Barisone?
Yes, yes.
And what was the purpose of that discussion?
Oh, it was, I was referred by the staff because it's okay if I refer to my notes. Yeah, he had been complaining of.
Yes.
some-
Did you author a report, Doctor,
Oh,
based on your
Yes, I
interactions
did,
with the
yes.
defendant?
Yes,
All right.
yes,
And was that done around the same time?
Yes, yes.
Contemporaneously with your interactions with the defendant?
was, yeah, after I saw him.
Yes, all right. And do you need that to refresh your recollection about specifics of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes, I have
All right.
a copy, or do you?
Okay, all right, we're going to have that. Has it been marked, Mr. Belinkus? Just for reference for the record?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number?
600-6.
Oh, okay, that's the same. Okay. Okay.
Doctor, as a psychiatrist, did you ask Michael Barisone about the events that occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes, yes.
Was he able to remember or respond to your questions regarding the actual event?
Well, he told me that he couldn't recall what happened, so.
No further questions.
Mr. Schallhorn, any cross?
Dr. Bascara, can you describe the nature of your examination? Was it a forensic examination?
No, no.
Was it a clinical examination?
Yes, yes, yes.
And how did you gather the information that you needed to treat Michael Barisone on August 20th?
Oh, we just met in the examination room, and as based on his self-report, the interview.
And based on your conversations with him, did you note any delusions with his thinking?
No.
Did he mention anything during the course of the interview with you about being fearful or scared?
Yeah, let me just refer to. He just said that he had been very nervous. You know, his mind was racing. That's what happens. Yes.
Did you note in your report that he was acting apparently impulsively with this recent violent behavior?
Well, that's also based on the report, just of what he told me, what happened.
Right. So you wrote that based on what he told you.
Yes, yes.
You indicated that he had apparently acted impulsively and violently.
Oh, did I put that in my note? Yes, yeah. Yes.
Where it says diagnosis,
Yeah.
what does that mean where it says rule out amnesia due to head trauma?
No, it's just because one of the two complaints, one was anxiety, the other one was forgetfulness. So I just you know, a possible explanation for what he's saying.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Belinkis?
No, Judge.
All right, you may step down, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
People raising their hands. Members of the jury, did anyone have trouble hearing any of that testimony? What, was it the entire testimony or just parts of it?
No, the very last.
Yeah, he, very soft-spoken.
Yeah.
You want to bring him back and have it repeated, Mr. Shellhorn? The jurors indicated they didn't hear the last couple of questions, the answers.
I would certainly defer to the jury if they want him to come back. Otherwise, I think they can certainly ask for that to be replayed if there's any question during the course of their deliberations. Unless they want him to
Yeah.
come back, I would certainly.
We can have him come back now that he's here, or everything's recorded, so if you need to hear it, we can have it replayed during your deliberations. I leave it up to you. How would you like to proceed?
I'm happy to weigh in if it becomes material later.
Okay, all right. It is, all the testimony is recorded. You've heard me say that a number of times, so, and if you need any specifics of testimony during deliberations, you can always ask for a playback, and we'll have it played back, okay? All
They
right,
can leave, Judge.
yes.
They can leave. You're fine, you're good to go.
All right, Mr. Belinkis, your next witness?
Corporal Thomas Fellini.
Corporal Thomas Fellini.
Hi, Corporal. Good morning. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Thomas Fellini. Last name is after Frank, Alleni.
Thank you.
All right, Corporal, have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. We have jurors in the first two rows that need to hear. That microphone doesn't project your voice, it just records it, so
Okay.
they need to hear your natural speaking voice. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Belinkis, go ahead.
Thank you. Where are you employed, sir?
Washington Township Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by them?
20 years.
Directing your attention to August 7th, 2019, were you the affiant of a search warrant concerning this case?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to the jury what an affiant is?
An affiant is an officer who collects all the information from the incident that occurred, responds to the prosecutor's office, fills out an affidavit stating what is required to investigate the incident, and we draw up an affidavit and a warrant, and a judge reviews that, signs that, and that enables us to collect the evidence we need to do our investigation.
Now, in this particular case, you were conferring and consulting with the Morris County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
And after that consult, you swore to and submitted your affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you request to search any vehicle based on the information that you had?
Yes.
What vehicle and who did it belong to?
It was, can I refer to my,
Absolutely. I'm going to give you a copy.
Yeah, we'll have a marked copy given to you for the record.
10-C. Is that a copy of your sworn affidavit?
Yes, it is.
What, if any, vehicles did you request to be searched?
That's the silver Dodge Ram pickup with the Florida registration.
And why did you include that in your affidavit?
It belonged to the suspect, Mr. Barisone.
And were you aware that there were 2 other vehicles and a trailer parked in the immediate area close to Michael Barisone's vehicle?
Yes.
Did you attempt to get a warrant to search those vehicles?
No, he did not.
Did you request to search various telephones?
Yes.
And what telephones were they?
There was a black Samsung Galaxy S7,
Who did that belong to, based on your knowledge?
Robert Goodwin.
Any others?
Yes. There was a white iPhone with a pink case,
Belonging to who?
believed to be belong to Lauren Kanarek. And then there was a white iPhone with no case. Weren't sure who that belonged to. It was in the area of the incident. There was another iPhone that was taken from Mary Haskins Gray at police headquarters. That was all the phones.
Did you request the swabbing of any person's hand for gunshot residue?
Yes. Yes.
And whose hands did you request be swabbed?
Michael Barisone.
And why did you request that Michael Barisone's hands be swabbed for gunshot residue?
Due to information at the scene, we were advised that he was the shooter.
And what does gunshot residue have to do with Michael Barisone's hands, if anything?
It would prove that he had shot a weapon. Shot a gun.
Did you ask to swab any other person's hands on that day?
No.
To your knowledge, was any gunshot residue testing done on anyone in this case?
No. I don't believe so.
Now, in your affidavit, you put information that you received from various witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that you indicated that Goodwin only heard
Yeah,
of those?
hold on. Let me see that sidebar.
Corporal, did you talk to Robert Goodwin?
Yes.
And did Robert Goodwin tell you that he only heard of an
Again,
object.
this is your witness. You can't lead your witness.
What did Robert Goodwin tell you with regards to whether or not he actually saw versus hearing the gunshot?
I have in my affidavit basically what he had stated to me that day about him. He was on the porch and he turned to enter the residence and heard a gunshot and turned back and looked at
Turned
Lauren.
back or turned around?
Turned around. Turned to walk back into the residence. He reported Lauren Kanarek walked over to speak to
Clarify
Barisone.
whether this is refreshing memory or whether he is,
Right.
it appears he's reading, and I don't know if that's from his memory or not.
Are you,
I'm referring to my report.
to refresh your memory, or do you have no recollection of it, you're just reading from the
Oh, I
report?
was
There's a
just reading.
difference.
I was just reading, I'm sorry. My recollection would be that he explained to me that he turned to go back into the residence and then heard the gunshot, turned back, and observed Mr. Barisone shooting Lauren.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah, it's up there.
Corporal, you have D10C in front of you,
Yes, sir.
and that's a copy of the affidavit that you submitted to Judge Ironson on August 7th, 2019.
Correct.
Is the information contained in that based on a full and complete investigation?
It was a quick investigation at the time in order to get the information I needed to quickly obtain the rest of the information through the affidavit.
In other words, you can't conduct any search at the property until the judge authorizes a search warrant.
Yes, correct.
So you didn't take the time to conduct a full and complete investigation before you submitted this to the judge. It was just based on what you knew at the time.
That's correct.
Now, you were just asked some questions about speaking to Robert Goodwin.
Yes.
Where did you speak to him?
I was in front of my patrol vehicle at the scene.
And can you describe what your recollection of the scene was? Was it chaotic?
Yes,
Were there a number of police officers there,
yes,
both from Washington Township and other agencies?
correct.
I believe Chester, one of the Chester police departments was there at the time.
I believe so.
The Morris County Sheriff's Office,
Correct.
a
Yes.
number of different ambulance companies.
Yes,
And did you see Ms. Kanarek had been shot?
yes,
Did you see her receiving medical treatment at the scene?
yes.
How would you describe Mr. Goodwin's emotional state at the time you were talking to him?
I was tending to Miss Kanarek when I first got there. And when she was taken away is when I went to talk to Mr. Goodwin. During my care of Miss Kanarek, he was frantic trying to get to her, and one of our officers was basically holding him back and speaking with him to keep him away so we can care to her.
At the time that you were speaking to him at the scene in front of your patrol car, was he somewhat difficult to follow what he was saying?
Yes, he was still frantic. She was on her way to the hospital, and he just wanted to get to her.
Did you record that statement?
No, I don't believe so.
Are you aware that he was taken from the scene back to the police department for a formal recorded statement?
Yes,
Now, I think you were also asked the question about making an application for a search warrant or for permission to search specifically the silver pickup truck.
correct.
And was that based on information you received during the course of that limited investigation that Michael Barisone had driven to the scene in that pickup truck?
Yes,
In your affidavit, did you ask in paragraph 5 for authorization to search any other items relevant to the investigation and crimes described herein that a complete and thorough search will reveal?
yes,
So you didn't list every single item, vehicle, location on that 50-acre property in this search warrant affidavit?
no, I did not.
just based on what you knew at the time you applied for the search warrant that afternoon, what you were specifically aware of that needed to be searched.
Correct.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
What? Any redirect?
Yes, Corporal, with regards to this catch-all phrase the prosecutor just brought to your attention, to your knowledge, did you ever search Robert Goodwin's vehicles or his trailer?
No. To my knowledge, I
So
did not.
even though technically you could, based on,
Well, let me see that sidebar.
Corporal, is it your understanding that you can search a vehicle unless it's specifically mentioned in a warrant? What's your understanding?
You're talking about the current application,
The
you're
current
talking, not generally, just he's asking you about the current search warrant affidavit and the warrant that you received.
The warrant that I
Do you believe that
received,
gave you the authority to search Robert Goodwin's 2 vehicles and the trailer on the property?
yes.
To your knowledge, were they searched?
That I could not tell you.
Did you seize the camera that was looking directly at the location?
Yeah, Mr. Belenkas.
There's no evidence of that.
Just ask a question. Don't editorialize, please.
Did you put in the affidavit to search things and seize things, any cameras?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did they seize any cameras?
No.
Nothing further.
But you may step down. Thank you.
This is,
Yes, just leave that there. Council will retrieve it.
Just watch your step.
I'm gonna get this.
Mr. Blankets, there's another on the floor. Those are yours as well.
Oh, thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Janie Dancer.
Janie Dancer?
heard at sidebar?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, we'll call the witness, officer, if you would. Miss Jamie Dancer. Hi, ma'am. Just remain standing for a moment. Left hand on the Bible, if you would. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath,
Do you
please.
swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jamie Dancer, Dancer.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Miss Dancer. Please keep your voice up nice and loud in response to questions. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have it rephrased. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dancer, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you live in New Jersey?
I do.
Where?
Millstone Township.
And are you an athlete?
I am.
In what sport?
Dressage.
And how long have you been a dressage athlete?
Since I was 7, so 30 some odd years.
And could you give the jury a brief summary of your accomplishments in that field?
I'm a USDF bronze, silver, gold medalist, and I've recently started competing internationally.
Did there come a time when you became acquainted with Michael Barisone?
Yes.
And what year, if you recall approximately, was that?
2003.
And what was the nature of your acquaintance with him in 2003 going forward, if you could summarize that for the jury?
I first started working for him as a working student, and then after that I started my own business and would continue to ride with Michael and ship up to his farm in New Jersey and also down in Florida with him.
Did you train with him as a rider?
Yes.
Did your horse train with him?
Yes.
In connection with that training, was any of it accomplished at the farm in Long Valley?
Yes.
Did you live at the farm?
At points, yes.
So let's fast forward to 2019. Were you living at the farm at that time?
No.
Were you still training with him?
Yes.
And was your horse still being trained by his business?
Yes.
And any part of that training, was it conducted by other people that worked in the business?
No.
Okay. So you knew Michael as a trainer, correct?
Yes.
Did you know him in any other capacity given your involvement with him over those years?
We were friends and he's my mentor.
Based upon your friendship with Michael over the years, do you believe you developed an understanding of what he was like under normal circumstances?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what Michael Barisone was like under normal circumstances?
Yes. He was very clean cut, shirt always tucked in, belt. Everything was always clean and immaculate everywhere. Fun to be around. Yet, when it came to the riding, very intense and precise. Yeah.
Based upon your years of experience knowing Michael Barisone, did you have a chance to observe him working with horses?
Yes.
Did you ever witness him in any manner mistreating a horse?
No.
Given your experience with him over those years, did you ever observe him being violent toward a human being?
Absolutely not.
Were you on the farm in early August 2019?
Yes.
Were you coming and going in connection with your training?
Yes.
During those days, well, are you aware that an incident occurred on August 7th at the farm?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to the shooting is the next series of questions. That's what I'm going to ask about.
Okay.
Were you observing Michael Barisone's behavior at all in the days leading up to the shooting?
Yes.
How was he acting in comparison to the Michael that you knew from all of those years before?
He was very upset. He was distraught. I was very concerned he was going to harm himself.
When you say harm himself, in what way were you concerned that Michael Barisone was going to harm himself?
I thought he was going to kill himself.
Did his appearance change at all in those days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
What changed about his physical appearance?
He was pacing. He wasn't his shirt wasn't all the way tucked in. No belt. Sorry, I just need a minute.
Take as much time as you need.
Just not him. He wasn't him. It was hard to talk to him. I was concerned about him.
Was he less communicative than before?
Yes.
Did he look disheveled in any way personally in his appearance?
Yes.
And you say pacing. Tell me more about the pacing that you saw.
It was like neurotic. It was like neurotic pacing. I can only compare it to horses, which they pace when they're stressed and they're looking and they're searching and they're just unsettled.
Based upon what you observed with Michael Barisone, did you come to any conclusions as to whether he was stressed?
Yes, he was stressed.
And did you come to any conclusions in your own mind as to how you felt the degree of stress that Michael was under at that time?
Extremely high.
Extremely high. As a result of your observations of Michael, let me back up for a second. Did you make any of these observations of Michael the day before the shooting, which would have been August 6, 2019?
Yes.
And as a result of your observations and what your concerns were, did you take any action?
I did.
What did you do?
I called my good friend, Allie Brock.
All right?
And
I don't want you to talk about what was said on the conversation.
okay.
Okay? So you talked to Allie Brock.
Yes.
And did you walk away from that conversation with any understanding as to whether Allie Brock was going to take any action?
Yes.
And what was your understanding that you walked away from that conversation with?
Objection.
What's the nature of your objection, Mr. Shellhorn?
Hearsay, Judge, or calls for a hearsay response.
It does.
Objection sustained.
Questions withdrawn. Had you, based upon your observations on August 6th of 2019, had you ever before in your association with Michael Barisone seen him in such a state?
No.
I have no further questions of the witness.
All right, very good. Cross-examination, Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. Dancer, you weren't at the farm on August 7th, 2019, were you?
No.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened on that day?
No.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Dancer. Thank you.
You can sit this way.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
Your Honor, our next witness I'd like to call is Allison Brock.
All right. Allison Brock, please. Hi, Ms. Brock.
Hi.
Please remain standing for a moment. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Allison Brock, B-R-O-C-K.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat, Ms. Brock. The witness has been sworn. Counsel, direct examination.
Good morning, Ms. Brock.
Good morning.
Where do you reside? What state?
I'm in Florida.
And what town in Florida?
Specifically Loxahatchee.
Okay. And are you an athlete?
I am.
In what sport?
In the sport of dressage.
And how long have you been a dressage athlete?
Oh, it's 25 years, at least.
And could you give the jury a brief summary of your accomplishments in that sport?
Yes. I was a member of the 2016 Rio Olympic team for dressage for the U.S., and we won a bronze medal. So I've competed internationally at the highest level.
Was that Team USA?
Yes.
Was Michael Barisone associated at all with that team?
Yes.
What was his association with that team?
He was my coach.
And prior to him coaching you at that event, how long had you known Michael Barisone?
I met Michael in 2002.
And in what capacity did you first start interacting with Michael?
I actually, I lived on his farm in 2002. I was working for Susan Blanks, who is another Olympian, and she was in the process of going through the selection trials for the 2002 World Equestrian Games. I was her working student. We had horses at Michael's farm ahead of the selection trials.
Your familiarity with Michael, did it start in some capacity where he was training you?
Not at that time. I didn't start training with Michael until 2010.
Okay.
But I lived on the farm, so I was there on and off that summer.
Did you know Justin?
Very well. When I got back, I went to Europe with Sue, and when I got back, Justin just started working for Michael.
So starting in 2010, that's when you began to train with Mr. Barisone?
Yes.
And how long after that did you continue to train with him?
Really through 2016. And then my top horse was injured in Rio and never came back. And I had a bunch of young horses, so I would see Michael here and there, but I wasn't training like I was leading up to the Olympic Games.
Did you also get to know Michael in any capacity other than as a trainer?
Yes, I would consider Michael a close friend.
In August of 2019, where were you physically located?
I was actually driving back from a vacation with my family in the Keys.
And at that point in time, and let's just bring it to August of 2019, did you receive a phone call from Jamie Dancer?
I did.
I'm not going to ask you to tell us what words were spoken in that call because it will result in an objection. So the questions I'm asking you, please do not interpret that you need to respond in specific words.
Understood.
All right. So you spoke to Jamie Dancer that day.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long the phone conversation lasted?
It was a couple minutes because I was in the car with my family and I didn't want to have a discussion with them in the car.
Did you take any action as a result of your conversation with Miss Dancer?
I did.
What did you do?
As soon as we got home and I could separate myself privately, I called Michael.
Did you have any particular concern that drove you to call Michael that day?
Absolutely.
What was your concern?
Based on what Jamie had said to me and texted me, I was very concerned that Michael was going to kill himself.
So you got Michael on the phone?
Yes.
without telling us what words were spoken, how was Michael when he first got on the phone?
Well, he was quiet, which was very unlike Michael, and started to tell me about.
Objection, Judge.
Try not to get into the words of the subject. So he was quiet at first?
And then proceeded to get more upset, and then was sobbing hysterically by the end of the phone call.
Were you able to calm him down at all?
No.
In the past, had you viewed Michael in circumstances when he was upset?
Yes, but nothing like this.
You anticipated my next question. Based upon your years of knowledge and experience working with Michael and knowing him as a person, had you ever seen him in the state he was, or pardon, seen's probably not the right word, had you ever encountered him in the state he was as of that phone call?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. Brock, you're a member of the Board of Directors for the U.S. Equestrian Federation?
I am.
And you're a member of a number of different committees with respect to that association?
I am.
Objection beyond the scope of direct.
Goes to her background, which you elicited in some detail, counsel. I'll allow it.
Ms. Brock, you were not in New Jersey in August of 2019?
No.
You were not at the farm on August 7, 2019?
No.
And you have no personal knowledge of what happened that day?
No.
Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Brock.
All right, next witness.
Sean Cullen.
Sean Cullen, please, to the stand.
Walk up to the table right there.
Hi, Mr. Cullen. Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Full name is Sean Cullen. Last name is Cullen.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat, Mr. Cullen. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. You can remove your mask if you want to. I leave that entirely up to you. But if you keep your mask on, you're going to have to speak that much louder so we have jurors in the first two rows.
Sure, I'll pop off for you.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you,
Don't mind
Mr.
my
Cullen.
nose.
No, not at all. All right, Mr. Cullen has been sworn. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cullen, where are you employed?
Atlantic Health Systems.
And can you give the jury a little bit of your background?
Sure. I'm a licensed professional counselor within the state of New Jersey. My degree is in master's in counseling psychology. I've worked in behavioral health for just a little over 20 years now. And I have an extensive history of doing psych evals interviews in ER settings.
And where did you go to school?
Caldwell University.
Now, directing your attention to August 9th, did you have an occasion to meet and talk with my client, Michael Barisone?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you try to ask him specific questions regarding the event in question?
Specific questions, no. Not about the event.
Okay. Did he make any statements with regards to the specific event?
Yes.
What did he say?
He spoke, as was cited in my documentation, he spoke about the stressors of the event, some aspects in the days before the event. To my recollection and what's in my documentation, he did not recall the immediate events that resulted in his being in the hospital.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cullen, when you met with the defendant on August 9th of 2019, did he indicate to you that he had told the police that things at his farm were going to come to a boiling point?
I believe that was a quote in my documentation from that day, from that interview with him.
And Judge, if I could just approach briefly.
With his report?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what's the marking on
I
it?
marked it as S84, pages 35 and 37 of S84.
Mr. Cullen, that report is just to refresh your recollection at this point. Just take a look at it. Tell us if you recognize what that document is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is that a report that you authored?
That is correct.
All right, do you recall the date you authored the report?
Yes.
And does that, in essence, summarize your interactions with Mr. Barisone on August 9th?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And Mr. Cullen, directing your attention, I believe it's about a quarter of the way or a third of the way down that first page. Did you put that, excuse me, probably a little bit further down the page than that. Did you put that in quotation marks that this was going to come to a boiling point?
Judge, I object. I asked that he read the entire sentence. It's out of context.
Again, just object, Mr. Belinka. I don't like counsel editorializing.
Mr. Cullen, I think the question I asked you was if you could read the direct quote that Michael Barisone told you from your report, if that refreshes your memory.
Certainly. The direct quote in quotations is, I kept telling him this was going to come to a boiling point.
Now, didn't he also tell you on that day that his significant other didn't feel safe?
That is correct. That's also in the documentation. There's a quote for that as well.
He never told you anything about he himself not feeling safe?
To the best of my recollection, that was not quoted directly to me.
Did he also tell you that around the time of the shooting that DCP&P, or Child Protection, was at the property?
Yes, according to my documentation, it was noted to be the morning prior that DCP&P were present.
And did he tell you that there was a specific reason that DCP was there was for a call pertaining to the care of his girlfriend's children?
To the best of my recollection, he mentioned that he felt that someone had called them, making possible accusations, so they arrived due to concerns to investigate.
Did you note that he said to you a number of times that there was a steady building of stressors in his life?
Yes, that is noted in my documentation.
And I believe if I refer you to page 3, did you indicate that he noted several acute stressors in the 48 hours preceding his admission to the hospital.
Yes, that is correct.
But you didn't specifically note that fear was one of those stressors?
Not specifically to my recollection, not that I quoted in the report.
Last question, Mr. Cullen. You found Mr. Barisone's thought content to be unremarkable for delusional distortions?
That is correct.
Judge, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. With regard to the quote that the prosecutor read you regarding, I kept telling them this was going to come to a boiling point. Who did he indicate to you that he was telling this to several times?
The local police department.
Were you given information that he possibly had PTSD?
PTSD is listed in quotes in the documentation. For the service I work on, the psychiatric consult service, when a physician puts in a consult order, they always put a rationale for that order. That was the initial rationale by the medical team.
Did they also indicate that there was a complaint of loss of consciousness?
That was also, it's quoted in my documentation. That comes from the medical notes.
With multiple trauma status, correct?
That is correct.
Is there any notes with regards to a left elbow dislocation?
Judge, I'm going to object that this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination.
It is somewhat.
Got into the details of the report, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Prosecutor got into the details of the report, which I did not on direct, and now I believe I can bring out other details based on his cross.
All right, I'll allow it. Overruled.
Did it indicate that there was multiple traumas to Michael Barisone?
Per my documentation from the medical documentation, yes.
Open reduction, left elbow dislocation, correct?
That is correct. That's from the medical documentation.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Shellhorn?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All right,
you.
Mr. Cullen, you may step down. Thank you. Let's watch your step, please.
Thank you, sir.
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Jordan Osborne.
Jordan Osborne, please.
Osborne? Walk up to the table right front.
Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jordan Osborne, Osborne.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Osborne, you can have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone does not project your voice in the courtroom, it just records it, so the jurors in the first two rows and in the jury box have to hear your natural voice, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that, and I'll have counsel rephrase. All right.
Good
Witness is
morning, Ms.
sworn.
Osborne. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. As of August 2019, how old were you?
I was 16.
You were 16 years old. And did you live at the farm in Long Valley where Michael Barisone operated his business?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do there? Just in general, that summer?
I was a working student, so I rode and I helped take care of the horses.
And so give us an idea of what your daily regime was in life back in those days.
We'd get up and we'd feed the horses breakfast, and then by then it was time for everyone to ride, so we'd help get horses ready. We'd ride our own horses. We'd feed lunch, keep riding, feed dinner, and then just normal, regular barn chores, cleaning things up.
Were there other students living there as well?
Yes.
And who were they?
There was Chelsea Westra and Mike McGrain and Cassandra DeFranco, and then Justin was there as the assistant trainer.
And was Cassandra a student, or did she have some other capacity there?
She was a barn manager, so with everything, taking care of the barn and the horses, she was in charge of that.
And were you aware that there were other people living at the farm in the farmhouse in the summer of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Who were they?
Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin.
And did you interact with them at all on a regular basis?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, request to approach the witness.
Sure.
I'd like to show you a photo which has been marked as D800-90. Do you see the photo?
Yes.
Who is it a photo of?
That's Rob Goodwin.
And does this photo depict Goodwin's appearance as you understood it to be back in August of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move 800-90 in evidence.
Objection. I'm not sure what the relevance.
The objection is sustained. Move on to another area, council.
Did Lauren Kanarek and Robert Goodwin have a dog?
Yes.
And did you interact with the dog at all?
Not
Hold on,
physically,
hold
but
on, hold on. We may have a problem with court smart. That's the recording. All right, go ahead, counsel. Just re-ask your question, please.
Did you interact directly with the dog?
not physically, but I saw the dog a lot.
I'd like to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 800-90. Is that picture, in your mind, an accurate picture of the dog?
Yes,
What was the dog's name?
Rosie.
Were you scared of the dog?
Yes.
Objection.
What's the relevance of this? I mean,
While you were on the farm, commencing in the period of the end of July, we'll say July 31st, through August 6th, were you aware of whether or not the police were called to the farm on a number of occasions?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to the police when they were at the farm?
Yes, I did.
When you talked to the police, did you observe their reaction to what you were telling them?
Yes.
And what reaction did you observe of the police when you told them the information you gave?
They were very nonchalant and they just turned around and walked away.
Did you ever feel threatened by Robert Goodwin?
Objection, Judge. We just talked about this.
all right, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break now. You can step off the stand.
Just watch your step.
Counsel will be stricken from the record. It was an improper question that he asked. Well, please don't consider it in any way. The witness's state of mind is not an issue in this case. Mr. Barisone's state of mind is an issue, not the witness's. So please ignore that question. It was improper and it's stricken from the record. All right, let's call the witness back in.
Just watch your step coming in.
You may have a seat, Ms. Osborne. Go ahead, counsel.
I have no further questions of Ms. Osborne at this time.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Osborne, good morning.
Morning.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
All right. Is your mother Lara Osborne?
Yes.
What's the nature of her relationship with Michael Barisone at this point?
They're in a romantic relationship.
Well, hold on. Is there an objection, counsel?
I objected to relevance.
Judge, this clearly goes towards bias. This was explored on cross-examination with state witnesses.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, there was an objection. Could you just tell the jury again what your last answer was?
They're in a romantic relationship.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
You swore under oath to tell the truth when you were brought here this morning.
Yes.
Would you violate that oath simply because of a relationship your mother was having?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you. Call your next witness.
The defense calls Mary DeFranco.
Mary DeFranco? Just watch your step and step up to the table.
Hi, Mr. Franco. Please remain standing for a moment. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath,
Do
please.
you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Mary DeFranco, DeFranco.
Thank you.
All right, you can have a seat, ma'am. Please keep your voice up nice and loud so all the jurors can hear your answers. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records it.
Okay.
All right, very good. If you don't understand the question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Ms. DeFranco, do you live in Illinois?
I do.
What town?
Crystal Lake.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in finance and a master's in finance and economics.
So a bachelor's degree and a master's.
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in data and intelligence services. I do data standardization for a large financial institution.
And you do that in Illinois?
I do.
Do you pursue any hobbies related to the horse world?
I do.
What hobbies do you pursue?
I'm an amateur enthusiast for dressage.
How long have you been pursuing that?
Dressage, probably the last 10 years, but I was doing hunter jumper sports before that, so all in all, about 25 years.
And in connection with your pursuit of that, have you taken any lessons or training over the years?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So I have taken dressage lessons on a regular basis. I have my horse in training as well as myself. So I probably take 3 lessons a week and then ride independently twice a week.
And over how long of a time period have you been pursuing training?
10 years.
You mentioned your horse. Are you also a horse owner?
Yes, I am.
And over your association with this hobby, how many horses have you owned?
Oh my, over the years or currently?
Over the years.
Over the years, over a dozen.
Over a dozen. Is your daughter also involved in any way in the horse world?
Yes, she is.
What's her involvement?
She is also a dressage rider. She rides as a professional.
Oh, she's a professional, okay. And let's go back to, well, let me ask you this first. Do Do you know Michael Barisone?
I do,
How long have you known him?
since 2016, so almost 4 years, since 2016, so 6 years almost.
And in what capacity did you become introduced to Michael Barisone?
My daughter was interested in training with him in the summer of 2016 after the Olympics, and she contacted him, and that's how we met.
Was her interest at all inspired by what happened at the Rio Olympics that year?
Of course.
And so, did your daughter come to start working with Michael?
Yes, she did.
And did you also, over the years, work with Michael?
Yes, I came frequently both to visit my daughter and then most recently take lessons as well.
Okay. And so, the fact that you took lessons with Michael, is that the only capacity in which you knew him when you were actually in the arena taking lessons, or did you come to know him in other contexts?
I consider Michael a friend
And how long have you considered Michael to be a friend?
since I've met him.
Okay. Now, did your daughter become employed at Michael's barn?
She did. When she came to Michael's in 2016, she was a client. And she was a client through that 2016-2017 season in Florida. And it was in the spring of 2017 that she became a working student for Michael.
And as a working student, did she live at the farm?
She did.
Was she living at the farm in the summer of 2019?
Yes.
And did she board her horse there?
Yes.
Did she have more than one horse there?
Yes, she did.
How many?
She had 2.
And did there come a time in 2019 when you made a new acquisition with respect to your hobby?
I did. I bought a new horse, a young one, in June of 2019.
And was that horse brought by you or on your behalf to Michael's farm?
Yes, I had my horse shipped to Michael's farm in the middle of July 15th, 16th, something like that, of 2019.
And why did you have your horse shipped there?
For training.
Okay. So is training of the horse separate from training of the rider?
Sometimes. My horse was 4, so he was a baby. And I'm an amateur older lady adult, and I shipped him there to start his training and so that he would become more competent and safe for me.
Based on your understanding of how the farm operated at that time in June of 2019, was there a person who was specifically assigned to train young horses?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know an individual there named Mike McGrain?
Yes.
And what was his role at the farm, if you know?
Oh, yes. So Mike actually rode very young horses, so horses that were not accustomed to even having a saddle on them yet. They were very untrained, so my horse was a little further along than that.
So the horse that you purchased as a 4-year-old wasn't going to be trained by Mr. McGrain?
No.
Who was training your horse at that time?
My daughter.
At farm?
My daughter.
Your daughter was, okay. And when it came to your training, in the summer of 2019, did you have a regular schedule as when you'd come to New Jersey?
Yes. The plan was for me to be in New Jersey 2 weeks out of every month. I would come during those 2 weeks, ride and train on my horse, and then go back to Illinois for 2 weeks. And while I was gone, the horse would be in training.
And who was training you and your horse at Michael's farm that summer?
I took a couple lessons from Michael. I took a couple lessons from Justin.
And how did you have any impression of the quality of training you were receiving from Justin, for example?
It was excellent.
No complaints?
None.
Did there come a time in July of 2019 when you made one of those 2-week visits?
Yes.
And do you recall the precise date you arrived and when you were supposed to leave?
Precisely arrival? No. I would have arrived somewhere around the 15th or the 16th, and I was scheduled to leave, though, on the 31st.
Okay, so you came to the farm in July, at or about that time period, and is there anything in particular you observed at the farm at that time?
It was not as happy a place as it used to be.
Okay, and could you be a little more descriptive as to what indicated to you that it wasn't as happy of a place as it used to be?
There was a lot of tension in the air. It was very stressful. Michael's demeanor was not as it used to be, not as engaging. He was elsewhere in his mind. There were other boarders who were definitely, also tense, and lots of conversation around the feeling in the barn that it just wasn't right.
Did you make any observations about your daughter at that time when you came to the farm and noticed that things weren't right?
She was equally tense, if not more. I actually was very concerned about her when I arrived.
What concerns did you have about your daughter, specifically with respect to what was going on at the farm at that time?
I think when I arrived, if I remember correctly, she was very concerned about the horses, about the safety of the horses. She was concerned that the schedule was getting very disruptive in the barn because of just the cadence of things in the barn. My daughter worked there, so in the morning there's feeding, and then there's watering, and then there's turnout. But because of all the tension and the chaos that was going on at the time, that had all been upended, and so she was quite stressed out about all that.
Well, you had your new 4-year-old there,
Yes.
correct? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
have any concerns with respect to your new horse?
At first, I thought, no, everything's fine. And then within a few days, I could tell that things weren't going well. The tension in the barn was too high. I started having concerns about safety myself, both for myself and my daughter, as well as the horses.
When you say you had concerns about safety, what specifically were your concerns?
Well, there was the tension that was going on was because there was a client there that was being problematic and menacing and harassing to Michael, Mary Haskins, and I believe even Justin. And it got to the point that was bleeding over into the culture of the barn, as well as into the process of taking care of the horses. So I was worried that, something was going to happen to them in the middle of the night, or, when we weren't there. So it was just not a pleasant place to be.
As a result of what you observed, what your concerns were, and what you were experiencing, did you start making any plans with respect to where to board your horse and your daughter's horses?
Oh, absolutely. So as the days continued during my visit, my daughter and I discussed that, we needed to move the horses. We needed to get out of that environment. It was too menacing and harassing. I wasn't happy, and I was just as disturbed, I think, as everyone else about what was happening there. Luckily, the barn is located in an area where you can drive, 15 minutes in any direction, and there's lots of horse barns. So we were looking for, safe and clean, and just to get out of what I was perceiving to be a not so safe environment.
As a result of your presence at the facility, were you familiar with the locker area of the barn?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was marked for identification as 800-42. You have before you a photograph. What is it a photograph of?
So this is the locker area. As you step, the white door represents the door that would lead into the club room. So if you were walking out of the club room and stepping down those few steps, you'd be in the locker area where boarders would have their personal items.
Based upon your personal observations at the farm, does this picture accurately depict the layout of the lockers and the walls at the time?
Yes.
Move 800-42 in evidence.
No objection, Judge.
All right. 800-42, defense exhibit is admitted into evidence.
Based upon your, well, you were physically in this space,
Yes.
correct? On a number of occasions?
Yes.
On a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a bench there?
Here in this area? No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know if your answer was heard.
No, I'm sorry. No, there was no bench. There's no
So
bench.
you're looking at a photograph where the lockers are, and you're saying that there's no bench in that area when you were there?
Counsel, you don't need to repeat the answer.
Okay.
Every question. All right? The jury hears it, I'm certain. So just ask your follow-up question, please.
I will. Did you have, and I don't want you to talk about the words that were spoken, okay? But did you have private conversations with Michael Barisone or other people at the farm about the tensions that you were observing?
Yes.
And did you have those private conversations in a particular location?
Multiple locations.
Did you ever have conversations like that in the office?
Yes.
Did you ever have conversations like that in the clubroom?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you developed a concern that someone was listening to those private conversations that wasn't present, participating in them?
Yes.
And when did you develop that concern with respect to what was happening at the farm?
When my own words verbatim were repeated by someone who would not have been there and posted in social media.
Do you recall, without saying what the words were, do you recall where you were physically when you spoke those words?
Michael's office.
Okay. And who was present when you spoke those words?
Mary Haskins.
Anyone else?
No.
How far is the office from the locker area, if you recall?
Has to be 100 feet.
Okay. And did you then, I'm sorry, did you say that your words were posted on social media?
Yes.
Who posted them?
Lauren Kanarek.
When you were there from the period of, well, you were there from the period of July 31st through the time the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you were there the day of the incident?
Yes.
And you were interviewed by the police and other people after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when police were called to the farm before the incident?
Yes.
Did you observe Michael Barisone in the days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
At that point in time, how many years had you known him?
3.
Did you see any changes in Michael's behavior in the days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
What did you see?
He was falling apart. He became completely distraught. Just completely distraught, not himself, worried, very, just, I would describe it as terrified of living in his own home. I mean, he was terrified.
Did you develop any concerns for yourself when you saw Michael in this condition?
Yes.
did that add to the concerns you had for your safety, the safety of your daughter, and the safety of your animals?
Yes.
And which persons were the source of your concern?
Lauren Kanarek and Robert Goodwin.
Did you have a chance to observe whether or not Michael Barisone interacted with Lauren Kanarek or Robert Goodwin alone in those days leading up to the incident?
He never wanted to be alone with them. In fact, he went out of his way to not be alone with them. He was terrified of them. I was terrified of them. And so because of all of the postings that were going on social media,
Judge, this is non-responsive.
It is somewhat. Just ask another question, please.
All right, we'll
Sorry.
move on to the next
That's okay.
question. Ms. DeFranco, where were you on the day of the incident?
I was at the farm.
Had you spent the night there?
Yes. Well, no. We were at the bed and breakfast down the street because my daughter's room was deemed unlivable, I guess, by the fire marshal or whomever, the building department.
So your daughter's living arrangement was impacted by what the town did with respect to the buildings?
Oh, yes, she had to leave.
Okay. And did you come back to the farm that day?
Yes.
And did you have an instance to be sitting in the arena?
Yes.
And was that the indoor arena or the outdoor arena?
Indoor arena.
Okay. Where were you sitting?
I was sitting in Michael's chair, so the door that walks out from the clubroom into the indoor arena. There are a bunch of director's chairs. If you were going to the immediate left of that door, the first chair, that's the one I was sitting in, and that's the one Michael typically sat in.
And who were you sitting with, if anyone?
Nobody. I was watching my daughter. She had finished up riding her horse, and she had already left, and I was just sitting there.
Did you encounter Michael while you were sitting in the arena in his chair?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of Michael at the time you encountered him while you were sitting in the arena on the morning of the incident in his chair?
Yes. He walked out.
What were your observations?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. A question's better than we get a question and an answer, you know?
Sure.
Okay.
He was totally absent, catatonic. He didn't even know I was sitting there.
Did you try to speak with him?
Yes.
And did he acknowledge you?
No.
With respect to what you observed that was happening at the farm, did you develop any understanding as to whether there was some systematic steps against Michael?
Objection.
You're referring to your observations of Michael that day. Did he appear normal to you?
No.
Did he appear healthy to you?
No.
Did you have any concerns about his safety as a result of your observations of him that day?
Absolutely. He looked suicidal.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. DeFranco, how many horses did you have at the property in summer of 2019?
I had one, my daughter had two.
And you said that your daughter is still competing?
Yes.
What is her level that she competes at?
She competes at intermediate 1.
Is that as an amateur or professional or something
Professional.
else?
Professional.
So your daughter is a professional equestrian?
My daughter switched her status from amateur to professional when she started working for Michael, because those are the rules. And so even though she's not currently employed in the equestrian community, she maintains her professional status because that's the level she rides at.
So she rides at a high level?
Yes, she does.
Now, you indicated that on August 7th, 2019, you were at the farm or at the barn with your daughter?
Yes.
And you and your daughter were in the process that day of making arrangements to leave the farm, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you were looking for another farm to take your 3 horses to?
Yes.
And you said that you had a lot of concerns in those weeks leading up to August 7th?
Yes.
But you hadn't actually made the arrangements and actually taken the horses off the property at that point yet, had you?
No, we had an appointment.
And that would require you going to meet with various different farms or barns?
Yes.
And you would have to, I think you had said you were looking for another barn to go to that was safe and clean.
Yes.
So you wanted to make sure that you were vetting out the place where you were going to take your horses, that it would be appropriate for them.
Yes.
As well as for your daughter, based on her aspirations as a rider.
At that point, it had nothing to do with riding or training. We wanted to get the horses off, so we weren't looking for a trainer per se. We were looking for a place for the horses to be housed.
But even in spite of that, it did take effort to try to find a place that would be appropriate for your horses.
There are several places in the area.
Were you aware of any of the specific health conditions related to Ms. Kanarek or Mr. Goodwin's horses? If you're aware personally or had any awareness of that.
No.
You didn't ever hear Ms. Kanarek ever make any physical threats?
To whom?
Well, you indicated
Myself
earlier,
or to somebody else?
That's a fair question. You indicated earlier you were interviewed on the day of August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
You were interviewed by 2 detectives, Detective Bost and Detective Munoz-Felder?
Yes.
And that was at the barn?
Yes.
And they asked you during the course of that interview whether you had heard any physical threats made to Michael Barisone, and you said no?
No.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of what happened by the farmhouse on August 7th, 2019?
I wasn't there on the patio.
You didn't see what happened?
I wasn't on the patio, no.
I wasn't trying to trick you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
The defense called Stephen Parshas.
Stephen Tortious to the stand, please. Please remain standing for a minute, sir. You need to be sworn. Place your left hand on that Bible. Please raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Tarshis. The last name is spelled T as in Thomas, A-R-S-H-I-S.
Thank you.
Mr. Tarshis, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been engaged in the practice of law?
35 years.
Can you give us your educational background?
Certainly, I went to City University in New York, attended law school at Syracuse College of Law, and graduate school at NYU.
What was the graduate degree at NYU?
It wasn't a degree. I went for courses in tax.
Okay. When did you first become licensed to practice law? If you recall.
1976, actually. I'm licensed both in New York and New Jersey. It was 76 in New York and I believe 80 in New Jersey.
And with respect to your practice in New Jersey, do you have any sort of focus with respect to your work?
When I'm asked that question, I usually describe myself as a business transactional lawyer, but over the last 5 or 10 years, I've developed a somewhat unique specialty in equine law.
What is equine law, if you could briefly describe that for the jury?
Basically, it's providing the horse community and people involved in horse businesses, whether they be amateur owners, professional riders, breeders, trainers, both on the sports side as well as the racing side, have very many of the same business issues as most businesses, buying and selling horses, importing, breeding situations, syndications of race horses and sport horses, unfortunately at times, sometimes litigation. So because of the unique nature of the people and the rules that are associated with the sport, a specialty of, I suppose, very few attorneys who do it has arisen, and I'm one of them.
Has your specialty and your past experience ever touched upon the issue of boarding arrangements for horses and training arrangements for people?
Oh, quite frequently.
Could you briefly describe your experience in those areas?
Well, many of the clients I've had are on both sides. I have clients who are operators of equestrian boarding facilities, commercial facilities, so they will come to me, I should say, to prepare boarding agreements for the people who board their horses with them, setting out the rules, the terms and conditions under which the owner and operator of the equine boarding facility will care for and take care of a person's horses. And on the other side of that, it's the person who has a horse and they want to place their horse in the care of an equine facility, so they will ask me to review frequently a boarding agreement to make sure it's fair and equitable and that their horse is going to be well cared for and their rights are going to be protected. So it's like any contract transaction, it will be both sides of the transaction in a boarding situation.
A specialized form of contract?
Yes, very specialized.
Do you know Michael Barisone?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Mr. Barisone?
Somewhere between 10 and 15 years, I think, at this point.
And how did you first come to know Mr. Barisone?
I first came to know him as a trainer. I was training with a young woman who was to whom Michael was a mentor. She was a professional, and she would frequently, for her own benefit, take lessons with Michael, and she introduced me to him, and over a period of time, seeing his skill and ability and what he was able to do and aware of his reputation, I began to take lessons with him as well.
Well, so let's take a tangential turn in topic for a second. Are you also a horseman?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how long have you been pursuing horse-related activities?
Over 30 years.
Do you consider yourself to be a hobbyist, a professional, something else? What do you consider yourself to be?
My time would say I'm a professional. The fact of the matter is I'm an amateur. It's something people who are involved in the sport in a serious way understand. It's a different kind of sport. It's not a hobby. It's not like golf where you play and you put your clubs in the closet. It becomes a matter of a full-time commitment, as it is for me.
Is it a passion for you?
Oh, most definitely. I ride at least 5 times a week. I devote at least 15 hours a week to it. I compete up and down the East Coast, and I've been doing it for many, many years.
Might sound like a naive question, but that's what we're here for, to get a full explanation. You ride. Do you also own horses?
Yes, I do.
Over the years, how many horses have you owned?
Oh, God. Well, I have both sport horses and race horses. The interest in racehorsing is a little different. It's common for there to be what's known as fractional ownership in racehorses, unless you're very big, frankly, very, very wealthy or run the business. Most racehorses are owned by 3 or 4 or 5 people. Sport horses are usually owned individually. Over the years, I've probably had 15 or so horses that I've ridden and competed with, and probably 10 or so racehorses in which I've had an interest.
And is there a particular area of horse sports that you focus?
At the present time, I've competed in the 3 major disciplines, eventing, show jumping, and dressage. For the last 10 or 12 years, it's been dressage.
Okay. And was it dressage that brought you to Michael?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was it about Michael's reputation that made you want to train with him?
Like any teacher, the ability to communicate to a student is what makes, in my view, an exceptional or good teacher. And Michael had a very, very gifted way of communicating a very, very difficult sport and making it understandable so that amateurs, such as myself, would be able to learn and progress. He had a gift for communication and a tremendous empathy for the horses, of course.
Did Michael train your horses too?
No, he did not.
Okay. But he trained you?
Correct.
Okay. In your experience with training with Michael, did you ever witness him riding a horse?
Oh, absolutely, sure. Many times.
In all the times that you witnessed Michael using a horse, riding a horse, did you ever see him do anything harmful to the horse?
No, absolutely not. Michael considers his horses gifts from God. He would, I think that might have been a quote even. He treated them as most horse people do, very special and creatures to be cherished. And he was, if anything, very, very indulgent, but never abusive.
So he was your trainer.
Yeah.
And was he? Did you still have a training? Pardon me. Did you still have a training relationship with him in the summer of 2019?
Not really. I say that not really because it was intermittent. Normally when you have a trainer, as I do now, it's a consistent relationship where you train with the same person, on a daily basis. With Michael, it was an occasional clinic or an occasional lesson, so I can't say it was really, if I had called up Michael and said I wanted a lesson, I would have had a lesson. But I didn't do it, so there was not a real training relationship at that point.
Over the years that you worked with Michael and knew him, did you develop a friendship with him?
Yes, definitely.
Well, tell me about your friendship with Michael over those years.
It was very soon there after I started taking lessons and training with him. Michael and I, for whatever reasons, had a real empathy with each other. We kind of connected, both mostly through the love of the horses. We're also, to be very candid, somewhat unique in the sport, in the sense that dressage particularly is a sport dominated by women. I know for a fact that 90% of the members of the United States Dressage Federation are women. So men don't usually participate in the sport. So that was kind of, we draw each other to, because we were kind of, oddballs in the sport. And even though he was a tremendous, successful, international reputation professional, and I was a lousy amateur, that kind of brought us together, and we just liked each other and got along and enjoyed each other's company.
Did you socialize with him?
Oh, yeah.
Did you socialize with him at the farm in Long Valley?
Yes.
Did there ever come a time when he became your client for purposes of legal services?
Yes, there did.
Okay. And when did he first become your client for legal services, if you recall? I'm not asking you to tell us anything about the specifics of the
It's
representation.
over 10 years ago, but I couldn't, off the top, I'd have to go look at my files and see when, the first matter might have been, but it's, I'm sure 10 years ago, at least.
So over that decade, how would you describe your professional relationship as his attorney? Was it intermittent, constant, something else?
Well, the work would be intermittent because it's not the nature of something that comes up every day. But in my mind, I believed he considered me his attorney. Whenever a legal matter anytime the services of an attorney were needed, he always called me. But it could be 3 or 4 months could pass, or 2 weeks could pass, or 6 months could pass. There was no consistency to it. It was when the need arose. But I'd like to think, I certainly did, think that he thought of me as his attorney.
Well, let's move specifically to the time period of July 2019, or actually, let's start it in June through the day of the incident. You're aware that an incident occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
All right, so from June of that year to the date of the incident, did Michael contact you requesting your services?
Yes, he did.
And was it a matter you had previously consulted with him on, or something new?
Something new.
Without revealing any client confidences, what was the subject matter of that engagement?
He called me to tell me that he had a client.
Gentlemen who object that it's hearsay.
Let's
I
not
understand
let's
where
not,
we're going.
right, let's not get into the specifics of what was said.
I understand.
So the question would be to describe what the matter was, but without using someone's words.
I understand.
Okay.
Of course I do. The purpose for which he called me was that he had a problem with a particular boarder who he wanted to leave the farm, and the person would not leave. That's as simply as I could put it. It was much more complicated than that, but that's about as simply as I could state it.
Did Michael identify to you that boarder?
By name, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
And who was it?
Lauren Kanarek.
Following the time when Michael called you to engage you on this new matter, did you come to the farm?
Yes.
Do you recall coming to the farm in late July of 2019?
I was at the farm several times, and certainly in late July.
Okay. Do you recall having conversations with Michael about the matter that you were representing him on with respect to Lauren Kanarek?
Yes, I did.
Did any of those conversations occur in public areas such as, well, let's specifically, did any of those conversations take place in the locker area of the barn?
I don't recall any taking place there. There were so many conversations. I know where the vast majority of the conversations I can say with certain took place, but I don't have a specific recollection of anything in the locker area.
Are you personally familiar with the locker area?
Yes, I am.
Let me show you a photograph that was moved in evidence as 800-42. Let me know when you've had a chance to review.
I know it very well.
Does that photograph accurately depict how the locker area looked when you were on the farm in the late July, early August time period of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Is there a bench in that area?
No, and there was no bench there.
Now, you said you could recall where certain conversations took place. Did you say the vast majority?
Correct.
And what's your recollection as to where the vast majority of your conversations with Michael took place?
It was an area that was referred to as the lounge area.
And where was the lounge area located?
It was the center of the farm, of the building that comprised the stables and the barn.
Was the lounge area the club room?
It was the club room. I can tell you that this staircase here, if you walked up this staircase, there was a door here, and if you walked through that door, you entered into the lounge area. The lounge area was when you came to the front, the entrance to the farm. There were double doors, and if you opened the double doors, there was a very, very large room. That was the lounge area. In that area was a kitchen area. In that area was a huge pool table, and in the center of the area was couches and seats. The reason it was there was because there was a glass wall, and which was not unusual for a lot of horse facilities. The idea was that clients and friends could sit in the lounge area, look through the glass, and watch, their kids, their husbands, their mothers, their daughters, watch them ride. So that was pretty obviously the purpose of the lounge area, and that's where, because it was the largest area at the farm and very comfortable, obviously with couches and chairs and a kitchen where people would congregate, and that's where the vast majority of my conversation with Michael took place.
Was Lauren Kanarek ever present in the room when you had conversations of that nature with Michael Barisone?
No, absolutely not.
Did there come a time in late July or August preceding the incident that you became concerned that your private conversations with Michael Barisone were somehow being overheard by Lauren Kanarek?
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
What happened that gave you that concern?
Well, unfortunately, this had dragged on, the whole incident, and getting worse and worse almost by the day. And given the very, very, almost, I hate to put incestuous nature of the horse world, what was going on at the farm became common knowledge within the horse community. So there was a tremendous amount of social media being posted about this stuff. And I believe, I heard it from so many different sources, but I believe I first became aware that she was claiming to have heard conversations. I believe I first became aware of it through postings on social media.
Was Robert Goodwin ever in the room when you were having private conversations with Michael about the matter?
No, I've never met Robert Goodwin, never seen him.
Did you ever see any social media postings with respect to what was going on at the farm?
Oh God, yes.
Prior to the incident?
Yes.
How did you obtain access to those postings?
Well, I'm not a social media person, but they would be pointed out to me by Michael and Mary Haskins Gray. Justin Harden might have done it. A lot of this, I don't remember specifically the source after, it was such a chaotic time and so much was going on, so I can't necessarily pin down where I might have heard something. I just know I heard it, and these are the likely places that from whom I would have heard it.
With respect,
and then I would go look and see for myself.
So with respect to the postings that you saw, did you see any that reflected words that you had spoken in private to Michael?
Yes.
How many such postings did you see?
One particularly stands out because I was so stunned. It was really disturbing because it was like, it was like somebody was in the room, like she was in the room. And it was very, the only way she could have known it is somehow by hearing it, because it was such a narrow, specific conversation. It wouldn't have been something that would have been passed along to other people in idle gossip and conversation.
So you used the pronoun she in that description. To whom were you referring?
Lauren Kanarek, I'm sorry.
Lauren Kanarek?
Yes.
Did there come a have Lauren, Robert Goodwin, and her horses leave Michael Barisone's farm?
Yes.
And did you make any arrangements for Lauren Kanarek and her horses to go to another barn?
Yes, I did.
What arrangements did you make?
Understand, I never spoke to Lauren Kanarek, and I never met Kanarek until actually something that occurred recently. But I never saw her, didn't know her. I only spoke with her father, Jonathan Kanarek. And he and I had,
Well, without getting into the spoken words,
Right.
I'm asking you what arrangements
Well,
you
I'll
made.
tell you, yeah. He and I spoke about negotiating an arrangement whereby she would voluntarily leave the farm so that other judicial means to have her removed would not be necessary. And that's what we talked about, a negotiation of those terms so that she would leave.
Did you identify a specific farm where she could go?
Yes, I did.
Was there a specific trainer involved with that farm?
Yes, there was.
Was that trainer in some manner equal to the level of training that Michael could offer?
Yeah.
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
I don't think there's a foundation for that question, Judge. It also calls for his opinion, and I'm not sure what the relevance of that opinion would be here.
What's
Another question?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the relevance of his opinion is. But certainly the arrangements that he made is something you can get into.
Okay. So, that trainer, was it an Olympic level trainer?
Had won a gold medal at the Pan American Games. Equal to an Olympic rider, yes.
And did that trainer have a facility similar to Michael's?
Absolute equal to, and it was approximately 15 to 20 minutes from the Long Valley location where Michael's farm was.
And did that trainer have stalls available for Lauren Kanarek's horses?
Yes.
And did you communicate that information to Jonathan Kanarek?
Yes, I did, and I communicated the individual's name, who was known to both Lauren and her father.
Following the time when you communicated that to Jonathan Kanarek, did you have an understanding as to whether or not there was an agreement that Lauren and her horses were going to leave Michael's farm?
Objection.
Let me see that sidebar, please. The objection sustained. Rephrase your question, counsel.
It's a narrow question.
I don't remember the question at this point.
Well, no,
Well,
it's gonna be a new one.
he's,
I understand.
yeah, he's gonna
Trying to be narrow.
rephrase the question. Go ahead, counsel.
In your negotiations with Jonathan Kanarek, what was your perception of his role in those negotiations?
being a lawyer and having to answer these questions sometimes is a challenge because I'm kind of monitoring myself.
Right, so limited to your perception.
I understand. I
Okay.
understand. His role was to speak on our behalf, to find a place that she found acceptable based upon her own standards, her own requirements, where she therefore would voluntarily leave Michael's farm and go to another location. And his role was to negotiate the terms that would be acceptable to her.
Did she leave the farm?
No, she did not.
Did there come a time after those negotiations occurred that you wrote a letter providing some sort of notice to Lauren Kanarek?
Well, I'm confused because you're leaving out a piece. We negotiated an understanding. I believed, I believed we had an agreement.
Objection, Judge.
Well, it's his understanding.
That was the basis for the last objection that we addressed at sidebar.
I know, but that's I'll allow that. It's his understanding based on his interaction, so it's sufficient without anything more. It was his understanding there was an agreement. What's your next question?
I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 700-3. Why don't you take a moment and look at that?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You've reviewed Exhibit 700-3?
Yes, I have.
Without,
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is that a letter you drafted?
Yes, it is.
All right. And was there a date on the letter that you drafted?
August
sir?
5th.
Oh.
All right. Go ahead, ask your next question.
this particular copy I've shown you is unsigned. Do you agree?
Yes, it is.
Did you cause a signed copy of this letter to be delivered to Lauren Kanarek and John Goodwin?
Absolutely.
Robert Goodwin?
Robert Goodwin.
Robert Goodwin. No, to Jonathan Kanarek and to Lauren Kanarek.
There we go. I misspoke.
Not to Robert Goodwin.
Okay. And did you give Lauren Kanarek notice that she needed to vacate the farm?
That's what was the purpose of the letter, yes.
Remove 700-3 in evidence?
I would object, Judge. There's been testimony about it, it's hearsay.
Let me see it sidebar. The objection's sustained, but questions, counsel, you can ask questions about the content of the letter.
Can you tell me specifically, from your own recollection, the dates or dates when you were having these negotiations with Jonathan Kanarek?
It would have been the Friday preceding this, which I guess would have been the 2nd, I suppose. Yeah. And the week, at least the week before that, and maybe even the week prior to that. It went on for some time.
So when you say the 2nd, you're referring to August 2nd,
Correct.
2019?
Yes.
And you're saying that it was occurring on that date as well as potentially the week before?
Yeah, I mean, the specific dates, of course, are days I can't remember. But I know we had several conversations, and it took quite a bit of back and forth to get to the point where I thought we were on the Friday preceding this letter.
And do you recall giving Lauren Kanarek a specific date and time by which you were demanding on behalf of Michael Barisone that she vacate the premises?
Yes, I do.
And what's your recollection?
August 7th, Wednesday, August 7th.
And did you cause this letter to be delivered to Lauren Kanarek? I think I asked that, but if you could just say again.
Yes, I did.
And on what date did you cause it to be delivered to her?
I can't recall. I can only assume it was the date that it was delivered by email. So it would have been delivered the date it's dated, August 5th.
August 5th is the date?
Correct.
Okay. Was Michael aware that you were sending this letter?
Oh, yeah.
Did Michael express to you any concerns about sending this letter?
Yes, he did.
What concerns did he express to you?
He didn't think she would leave. He had been...
Subsequent to the delivery of that letter, did you proceed with any actions toward legal proceedings against Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin to have them vacate the farm?
Yes, they did, and I have to confess at this point my memory is a little fuzzy. I did what I said I was going to do, and I initiated an eviction proceeding, which, and she was served with a complaint and eviction.
Let me show you what I've marked for identification as document 700-5. Could you review that for yourself?
Now,
there's no question pending. I'm just
Okay.
asking you to review it. Okay?
yes,
So you've reviewed Exhibit 705, correct?
yes.
Let me show you what I've marked for identification as Exhibit 704. Please review that and let me know when you're ready.
I know when I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're ready now?
Yes.
Okay. What is Exhibit 704?
This is an affidavit of service of the eviction complaint on Lauren Kanarek.
What is Exhibit 705?
The verified complaint, which was served pursuant as reflected by this affidavit of service.
Do you have a refreshed recollection as to the precise date when the eviction complaint was served on Lauren Kanarek? Yes or no?
Yes,
What's your refreshed recollection?
August 6th.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take these. In connection with spending time with Michael in the time period from July 31st through August 6th, did you notice any changes in his affect?
Well, the change I noticed preceded those days, but certainly very much so in those days, yes.
Let's move it back further then. Let's take it from July 15th forward. Were you in Michael's presence in July of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you notice changes in his affect as it got closer to the date of the incident?
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely.
What were your observations?
He became very, very upset, almost to the point of being unable to function. As an attorney, and this was my client, it got so bad I couldn't even have a conversation with him. He was in constant fear of so many things, and all he would talk about, he was in a loop. All he would do was talk about the fears that he had. And here I am trying to be a lawyer to a situation and proposing solutions or possible paths to take, and he wouldn't deal with them. It was difficult to have a conversation with him. He was constantly agitated. At times he was incoherent. It got so bad that I threatened to quit. I said, I'm not serving any purpose. You're not listening to me. You're not hearing me. I remember screaming at him. I screaming at him, not him yelling at me, because I was so upset that he was just ignoring me. I don't think I realized at the time, how out of it he was. And it only perhaps was later, as we got really close to the 6th and 7th, when he became just, non-functioning, just completely, he couldn't function.
Did the fears relate to Lauren Kanarek?
No, totally to Lauren Kanarek. He was afraid that, aside from her...
Judge, I'm going to object.
Yeah. Sustained.
Based upon your professional relationship with Michael, did you have an understanding as to his finances?
Oh, yes.
And did you have an understanding as to Michael's net worth?
I had a pretty good idea. I don't think I would say I had a really exact or precise understanding, but I knew he was very, very unique in the horse world.
How is he unique in the horse world?
Again, bearing in mind, and it's hard if you're not part of this community, this is an incestuous community where everybody knows everything. And Michael was unique that he was a successful businessman. I mean, with all due respect to their professional accomplishment, there are Olympic riders that don't have a nickel to their name. They rely on sponsors to support them. Michael had accumulated wealth in the millions, and it's just not done. He was a brilliant businessman.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination?
Mr. Tarshish, do you have any awareness of what Michael Barisone's monthly expenses were?
No.
Do you know anything about how much it cost him to run the 2 farms that he owned?
No.
Or pay payroll?
No.
Take care of the horses?
No.
Now, you were asked a question by Mr. Deininger about being contacted by Mr. Barisone with respect to the issue with Ms. Kanarek?
Correct.
Do you remember when you were first contacted about that?
Precisely, no, I don't. The best I could tell you, it was either late June or the early part of July, because my reaction was, when he spoke to me, he had told me of a situation that had been ongoing for months, and my reaction was, why didn't you call me sooner? So I think it was late June or early July.
So you think he contacted you somewhere a month to 6 weeks potentially before the shooting?
Could be, yeah.
Do you have records of that?
No.
You were his lawyer?
Yes.
And this was ongoing, you had been representing him for approximately 10 years or so at that point?
On and off, yes.
And he contacted you about an issue that he had with this boarder and wanted to take action?
Yes.
weren't aware of any specific written contracts that Mr. Barisone had with Ms. Kanarek related to their business arrangements?
I was aware there was no written contract.
Now, if I could just ask you, Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Mr. Tarshis, I'm just showing you again what's been marked as 705 and 704. And I'm just trying to get the timeline right.
Sure.
704 is an affidavit of service?
Correct.
And does that indicate that it was served on August 6, 2019 at 11:53 a.m.?
Yes, it does.
Who fills this out?
The person whose signature appears, the person who actually served the document upon Ms. Kanarek.
And is that based on something that you would have given to that person or that company to serve?
I would have given them the complaint to serve, they would have served it, and then as a consequence of them serving it, they generate by themselves this document. It's not a form that I give them and they fill in. They use their form and provide it to me.
Okay, so if it says here that the papers that were served on that day and time was a letter, I guess you're saying that would be wrong.
I don't recall, this complaint was never filed.
Oh, it was never filed?
That's right.
Okay. So you sent a copy of the verified complaint unfiled to Ms. Kanarek?
He'll stop me, I'm sure. Michael did not want to start eviction. He wanted to scare her into leaving. So we suggested serving her with the papers, but not filing them, hoping this alone would give her the impetus to honor the agreement we thought we had.
I understand. So that was going to be my follow-up question, was that Mr. Deininger showed you 705.
Yeah, there's nothing even filled out on this thing.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Right, so, okay, so this is a complaint that's not filed.
Correct.
I understand. And the purpose of sending it was for Michael Barisone to scare Lauren Kanarek into thinking that he was serious or something to that effect.
Exactly.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you. Any redirect? I'm sorry. All right, you may step down, Mr. Tarshis. Thank you. All right, do you have another witness, counsel?
Can I check that?
Sure.
Good, we have two.
All right.
Joe Williams.
Joe Williams? Hi, Mr. Williams. Come on up to the witness stand. Just remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible if you would. Raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath.
Judge, the juror is asking for
If you could fix that, please, and candidate's welcome. Thank you. Sorry.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joseph Williams, Williams.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, have a seat, Mr. Williams. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records.
Yes, sir.
If you don't understand a question, please indicate that, and I will have counsel rephrase.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Mr. Williams has been sworn.
Mr. Williams, my name's Chris Deininger. What is your profession currently?
I am a barefoot horse trimmer, and I train horses, young horses, in behavioral issues.
And do you operate that business in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
What town?
I travel.
Okay. And do you also live in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Great. Have you always worked in a horse-related field?
No, sir.
Well, what have you spent your time doing over your career?
I am retired detective sergeant from Township of Berkeley Heights.
So a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Detective sergeant. How many years did you serve in law enforcement?
25 years.
What type of work did you do in law enforcement as a detective sergeant?
We handled everything from a bad check to, every kind of case possibly. Burglaries, car thefts, a little bit of everything.
Drugs?
Yes, sir.
Contraband?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what year it was that you retired from the police force?
Sure do. February 1st of 19.
February 1st, 2019. Now, Mr. Williams, did you ever perform services as a farrier?
I was a farrier, trained as a farrier, but I took my business all barefoot.
Okay. Did you ever, do you know Michael Barisone?
Yes, sir.
And in what capacity do you know him?
He was a client. He was a client of mine for approximately 5 to 6 months.
Okay, and when was that client relationship with him?
Approximately February of 19 to July or August of 19.
Was Michael aware of your service in law enforcement?
Yes, he was.
Did there come a time in late July of 2019 that Michael called you?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to talk about the words that were spoken in the phone conversation, but what was your understanding as to why he was calling you? Your personal understanding as opposed to what was spoken.
My understanding was he called me in reference to having a problem with a client who also resided on the property, and about the situation between him, her, and her boyfriend.
Did Michael ask you for any advice with respect to the situation?
Yes, he did.
Based upon your communications with Michael in that phone conversation, did you have any concerns about what was happening at the farm?
I don't know if I had concerns. I gave my input on what I would do.
What input did you give him?
I advised him to go down to the municipal court and file a harassment complaint. I told him to go down to they're going to have him fill out a probable cause statement, give him the facts, and see if there's enough justification to, file a charge. And I told him to, retain an attorney, not for that, but as far as him advising me he had problems with evicting her from the property.
Did you communicate to him anything about the risk of someone putting something in the vehicle?
Yes, and in reference to harassment complaint, I also told him, if you're harassing her, she's going to do the same thing. In reference to the vehicle, I advised him after he advised me that he thought she was on some sort of narcotic. I told him to keep his vehicles locked in the event that, something could possibly potentially be placed inside the vehicle to kind of set him up.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Am I being disrespectful if I call you Mr. now that you're retired?
You can call me whatever you want, sir. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Mr. Williams, so when Michael Barisone contacted you, So your advice was that he should go to the municipal court and file a harassment complaint?
Yes, sir.
You also told him, generally walked him through the process he could do to follow that?
Yes, sir.
But you also told him that it was possible that someone who was using drugs may plant drugs in his car?
Potentially being due to the fact that he was having problems with this person, and he advised me that he thought, or I don't recall exactly the conversation, but she potentially could be using drugs, so I just told him to keep his vehicles locked.
But you would agree with me that someone who's addicted to drugs doesn't just go give up their drugs and stick it in someone else's car to plant it on them and get them in trouble?
I've never done a drug in my life. I'm not a drug user, but it would make sense.
And fair to say Berkeley Heights, the drug problem there is not at epic proportions the way it is in other places?
We had our fair share, but yes.
Did you have cases where people who were addicted to drugs were planting drugs in other people's cars?
I've had cases where drugs were placed in someone's car.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you,
sir.
Your Honor, this would be a good time to start.
Yeah. You want a break now?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take our lunch break a little bit early, 12:15, but we'll resume around 1:15 or 1:20, somewhere around there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on up 361 with the address of your emergency. Hi, Mark.
Yes.
411 West Mill Road for trespassers in the caller's horse barn. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, yeah, I own this place. I have some people who have been living on this place, and they were told to not be in the horse barn after 9 p.m., and they're in the horse barn. They're scumbags, and I want them warned. They have chased us out of our house, and I need this dealt with tonight.
All right, that was 411 West Mill Road, Washington Township at the horse barn. Tell me exactly what happened.
There is a client, we have a horse stable, and I asked her to go home for the evening, and she won't leave the barn, and she's screaming at me. Disturbing the peace for the second time in 3 days.
Okay, my partner, send help. Just stay on the line. I need some more information from you, okay?
Thank you.
Stay on the line with me.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Okay, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually, please go from the proper place. Today, all in here, I talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I've never seen before except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told this to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I, say it again, am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay.
Anyway, the Facebook post says, My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives.
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, call them right away. Get something going.
Okay, are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
No, sir, I understand.
The Facebook post said, everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in
okay, hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
I was told that my daughter's in a landlord-tenant dispute, and her lawyer got a call that she'd been shot.
And you're the father of who?
I'm the father. My daughter, has horses on a barn there, and she has a dispute with the barn owner.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Her name is Lauren, Lauren. Same last name as me, Kanarek.
Hi, this is Mary Haskins Gray. I'm at 411 West Mill Road where the shooting was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys know everything that's been going on. I was told if I was scared or in fear of my life to call. We don't have an emergency yet, but Rob Goodwin and the father, Jonathan Kanarek, of Lauren's father, is up here. They just made verbal threats to us that we're pieces of they're going to take us down, that they're coming after Mary Haskins, which is me.
Okay,
they're coming after Justin Harden, and they're
okay,
going to go after
hold on, just 1 second. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Right now, I want to switch gears to discuss a brand new trial that we're covering next week out of Morris County, New Jersey, involving a former Olympian. 59-year-old Michael Barisone, who was a reserve rider for the 2008 U.S. dressage team, is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and weapons possession for shooting, or allegedly shooting, his student Lauren Kanarek and attempting to shoot at her fiancé Robert Goodwin back in 2019. Now, Kanarek, who trained with Barisone for 2 years, lived on his horse farm with her fiancé part-time, and investigators say that an ongoing landlord-tenant dispute ultimately led to the tipping point that ended in Barisone shooting Kanarek twice in the chest at point-blank range. Barisone is pleading not guilty by self-defense, and his attorneys plan to argue the insanity defense as well. He faces up to a maximum of 60 years in prison. So while we wait for opening statements on Monday, let's get a better idea of how this case came to be, and we're going to hone in on this ongoing landlord-tenant conflict that these players had. So here's a 911 phone call that was placed by Barisone 4 days prior to the shooting about both Kanarek and her fiancé. Let's listen.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay.
Anyway, the Facebook post says, my split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives.
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, call them right away. Get something going.
Okay, are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
I understand.
The Facebook post said, everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in
hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
All right, so before we get to that, and clearly there's a lot to break down there, I do want to go now to the victim in this case, Lauren Kanarek. She also called 911 on the same day. Let's listen.
My name's Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually pretty stuff from the proper place. Today, all in here, talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I'd never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us. We told this to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I, say it again, am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
So you have these two different accounts. Melissa, you tell me what you think.
First thing I think is I'm glad that her non-schizophrenic side called in and was able to articulate what was going on. Here's the deal. This is a he said, she said thing right now, just from what you're playing in the two phone calls that you're playing, okay? If you really wanted them off their property, the way it works in general is because they're living there. The way it works here in the state of Tennessee is you call the sheriff's department, you have them served with an eviction notice. They have 30 days to leave the property. She's calling, and so he didn't really say when he called, he's like, this is just crazy. She made this Facebook post. People post crazy things on Facebook all the time. I don't believe you can really rely on Facebook, and calling the police for that. You know, when an officer gets that call, we're kind of like, okay, what happened? What happened other than these words that hurt your feelings or hurt what happened? And she's calling though and talking about a vehicle that was there last night and it was blacked out. And I don't know how she heard them talking about possibly harming them, but neither one of them were in immediate danger. So right now at this point, just based on what you played, it's a he said, she said, and he should have been like, how do I evict them from my property?
So Dr. Delatorre, let me ask you this. After Barisone was led away after the shooting, he apparently kept repeating the phrase over and over, I had a good life, I had a good life. This is a guy who we mentioned before that there's an intention to plead insanity here, and yet you heard him on the phone accusing someone else of having mental illness. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the insanity is going to be very tough. I mean, some 50-year-old man all of a sudden developing a mental illness at this point in his life seems highly unlikely. But I had a good life. I had a good life. Remember, this guy isn't a killer, right? He rides horses, right? He rides horses in the Olympics, right? The horses just jump around and prance around and do stuff. That's what dressage is. So this is not a killer, right? This is someone who shot someone twice in the chest. And, probably because he believed something that probably wasn't accurate about what was going on between the two of them. And so, yeah, I can easily see how all of a sudden he sees his life kind of end right before his eyes because he pulls out a gun and shoots someone.
Well, doctor, just following up on that one more time, if he's arguing self-defense and insanity, how does that work?
I don't think that it does. I think it's got to be either or, because while it's certainly possible that someone could have a delusional belief in which they are engaging in some kind of self-defense measure to protect themselves, I think it flies in the face of what the self-defense standard would actually be, because you have to actually perceive the threat as being real. So it's certainly possible, but I can't see a world in which both of them work at the same time.
It's a weird one. It's a weird case. It's a sad case, and we'll continue to follow it. And next week should be very interesting nonetheless.
Hi, this is Dan Abrams with exciting news for all of our Law and Crime followers on YouTube. You can now get the live Law and Crime Network with YouTube TV for all of your daily live trial coverage, legal news, expert analysis, and original true crime programs. Subscribe to YouTube TV today, and then locate Law and Crime in the channel guide. And for only $1.99 a month, you can add the network to your bundle. Watch Law and Crime every day with YouTube TV. We put you in
Mr. Barisone, when the court's making a ruling, I don't expect to see you put your head down on a table again. Do you understand me? It's inappropriate to do that. If you disagree with my rulings, that's fine. I don't want to see you put your head on the table again. All right, and counsel, do either of you plan on mentioning in opening statements the fact that Mr. Barisone has been incarcerated? I know it may come up during expert testimony. We take pains to avoid that.
I will not be mentioning it.
Right. Nor do I expect any mention of the length of time between the incident and today's trial. You weren't planning on mentioning that, were you, Mr. Balinkas?
Time frame, no.
Obviously, it has relevance to the extent that witnesses' memories may fade because of, so obviously it'll come up on cross-examination. I just don't want any inferences to the jury about how long it's taken this case from the trial, because a good part of it was due to the pandemic, and that was in control of no one. All right, ready, Mr. Schallhorn?
Yes, sir.
All right, you could be using the podium?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, bring the jurors in. All right, be seated, everyone. Thank you, members of the jury. We are ready to commence with the trial, beginning with opening statements. Mr. Schallhorn.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury. Good morning. Thank you again all for being here today and for serving on the jury. 411 West Mill Road is an equestrian farm, a 50-acre equestrian farm and training facility located in Washington Township, New Jersey. When you turn from West Mill Road onto the property, there's a long driveway that goes back almost directly through the center of the property. And the first thing you see on your left is a white farmhouse that's been subdivided into several smaller living areas that are interconnected, but basically separate areas for people to live. And behind the farmhouse there's a parking lot or a little driveway. And as you continue up the long driveway through the middle of the property, it comes to a slight rise, and then it descends down into a parking area where you can see the real reason that people come to this property, this farm that's sometimes known as Hawthorne Hill. And that's a training facility there. It's an equestrian training facility. To the right, there's a long stable with a number of stalls for dozens of horses. There are outdoor training arenas and fields for the horses to go through their training and for the riders to learn and train. Connected to the stable through a hallway is a locker area with various different equestrian materials and equipment, saddles, things of that nature. And then that leads into what's called the clubhouse. Now, if you take a step back out to the parking lot, you can also get into the clubhouse through a large front porch, and then you walk through an opening and an entranceway, and then you come into this clubhouse, which is basically like a long lounge. It's almost the entire width of the building. It has a kitchen on the right, a long table, a row of walls. The entire wall is glass, and it looks out onto an indoor training arena. There are comfortable couches, chairs, things of that nature. There's a pool table. Off to the left, there's a small office to the side. And you'll notice when you see some of the pictures during the course of the trial that the walls all have various photos and pictures of horses and other equestrian-related things. There's also a number of awards, ribbons, medals, many of them earned and awarded to the defendant in the trial, Michael Barisone. Now, I expect you'll learn during the course of the trial that the defendant was an accomplished equestrian. He trained and rode in a form of equestrian called dressage, which for those of you who may not be familiar of it, you may have only seen it once or twice in the Olympics. It's a form of horse riding where the rider guides or directs the horse through a series of predetermined specific motions or steps. And you can imagine it takes great skill for the rider to be able to guide the horse through those predetermined steps or movements. But it also takes a great deal of training for the horse to learn those things and to be able to do that. And you'll hear about how the defendant operated his business, Barisone Dressage, not just at that property in Long Valley, but also at another property that he owned in Loxahatchee, Florida. And generally during the course of the year, he and his people that he was working with and the horses that he was working with would train down south in Florida during the winter months when it was too cold to train in New Jersey. And then they would come north in the summer when it was too hot to train in Florida. I expect you'll learn that the defendant, Michael Barisone, ran that business for a number of years, and that he had other people who worked with him at times, specifically a man named Justin Hardin, who was his assistant trainer and did a lot of the day-to-day taking care of the property and the farm during the course of a day, making sure that the arenas were all groomed properly. There were a number of working students who would work and live at the farms, and they would take care of the horses and, again, take care of some of the more day-to-day things. But the defendant was really the reason that people came to that business because of his success. He had ridden at the highest levels of dressage. He had coached other athletes at the highest levels of dressage. And he had also coached a number of horses and trained a number of horses throughout the course of his career. Now, I'm sure you can all imagine, we didn't ask you all to step away from your lives. We didn't put you through jury service last week. We didn't ask you to come back here and sit on this trial for the next number of weeks just to celebrate the defendant and to hear about his accomplishments as an equestrian, as a coach, as a businessman. We asked you to serve on this jury because of what the defendant is accused of doing at that property on August 7th, 2019. On August 7th, 2019, he's accused of taking a gun, leaving that clubhouse that I talked about, getting into his car in the parking lot, driving up the driveway over that slight rise, coming into the back parking lot where the farmhouse is, getting out with that gun, which was in a pink and black 9mm handgun, confronting two people who were living in the farmhouse, pointing the gun at the woman, Lauren Kanarek, and shooting her twice in the chest. Then turning the gun on Robert Goodwin, her boyfriend, as he fled into the house and shooting another shot at Robert, but missing. That's the purpose of why we're here for this trial. Now, I'll pause for a moment just to mention that I'm not going to tell you every detail about this case during the course of my opening. There are things that I'm intentionally leaving out, and that's because of something the judge told you last week during jury selection, something he told you this morning, and he'll tell you that again, I'm sure, at least one more time before the trial is over. What I say, what Mr. Bolinkis may say, is not evidence. The evidence doesn't come from the attorneys, it doesn't come from the judge. The evidence will come from that seat right there, the witness stand. The witnesses who come through that door take an oath to tell you the truth, and then any evidence that the judge allows to be admitted. So if I'm leaving certain things out, That's intentional at this point, because the purpose of my opening is just to give you something of a roadmap or some way of what you know what to expect is going to be coming with some of the other witnesses who testify. Now, you heard me mention Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin, and they were living at the farm, as I said, during the summer of 2019. And I expect you'll come to learn that Lauren was also a rider. She was an equestrian who rode different forms of horses during the course of her life, but she at that time in her life was training for dressage, and she hoped that she would achieve a higher level of training, and so she wanted to work with the defendant because of his reputation. She owned a number of horses that she was stabling there, and as you can imagine, the best things in life are not free. So she was, of course, paying the defendant for the opportunity to work with him and to have her horses coached by him. And so you'll hear how she was doing that there, and at times she would work with Justin Harden, the defendant's other trainer, and at times she would work with the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins-Gray. You'll come to hear how Mary Haskins was also being coached by the defendant. She had aspirations to reach these higher levels. Mary Haskins and the defendant also owned a number of horses together. And you'll hear that at times, Lauren was asked to work with Mary Haskins and to have Mary Haskins work with her. Now, as you can imagine, what I just told you about August 7th, 2019 didn't happen because the training was going well. It didn't happen because things between these people was all perfect. I think it's quite to the contrary. You're going to hear about how bad things were at Hawthorne Hill in August of 2019. You'll hear about how the defendant and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, were hassling and giving a hard time to Lauren and Rob. And you'll hear how Lauren and Rob were giving a hard time back and hassling back to the defendant and Mary Haskins. You're going to hear how they were really arguing on an almost daily basis at that point. How the police had been called out to the property starting July 31st on almost a daily basis because these people just could not get along. You'll even hear about how not just the defendant and his girlfriend Mary Haskins, but also Lauren and Rob were making complaints or reports up to the highest levels of the sport, the U.S. Equestrian Federation or Foundation and Safe Sport, which is an agency that you may have heard of that basically oversees Olympic level sports and tries to prevent abuse and misconduct by the coaches or the players or other people involved. So both of these groups of people have it in for one another, and they are making complaints against one another, and they are at odds. I mention all of that now in my opening because it's obviously part of the case. It's something you're going to hear from the witnesses. It's something you'll hear about. But it's important to remember something the judge told you last week, something he told you this morning, and something he'll tell you at the end of the trial. And that's that when you go back to deliberate and when you're asked to return a verdict, it will not be about Lauren Kanarek. It will not be about Rob Goodwin. It will not be about Mary Haskins. It will not be about any other person except this man. This man, the defendant, is the one on trial. So you may hear things that you don't like about Lauren or Rob or Mary Haskins or any of these other people. But saying nasty things, misbehaving, if you want to call it that, none of that is a justification to get shot. None of it creates a necessity for that person to be killed. No, we're here on this trial because of the defendant's choice on August 7th, 2019. His choice to get a gun, a pink and black 9mm handgun, to point that gun at Lauren and pull the trigger twice, and then to turn it on Rob and pull the trigger again. Now, I imagine some of you are probably wondering about that pink and black handgun, and it's obviously an unusual description for a handgun. So you probably have some questions about where that handgun came from. Why did the defendant have it? And I hope and expect that during the course of the trial, you're going to find that out. There's another woman who owned horses at the defendant's farm, and her name is Ruth Cox. And Ruth Cox is a resident of North Carolina. You're going to hear how she owned horses with the defendant. She owned horses with his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, and how she would travel north to New Jersey every couple of weeks to check on the horses. She would travel south to Florida during the winter months to check on the horses. She would go to horse shows and see how the horse was competing. And you'll hear how she got here to New Jersey, to the farm, on about August 2nd, so several days before the shooting incident. I expect you'll hear that at some point between then and the day of the shooting, she was alone with the defendant in the stables, and he asked her for her gun, which was a pink and black 9mm handgun. I expect you'll hear that she gave him that handgun, that it was in the case, that it was unloaded, and that she gave him that handgun and didn't see it again until after the shooting happened. I also expect you'll hear that Ruth Cox was charged with a crime as a result of that she was charged with unlawful transfer of a firearm. So that brings me back to August 7th, the day of the shooting. What led to the shooting on that day at that time? If things were so bad between these people, why did the shooting happen on August 7th? Well, I expect you'll hear that a caseworker from the Division of Child and Permanency and Protection, sometimes called DCP&P or DIFUS or Child Services, came to the farm in that early afternoon as a result of the complaint that had been made to Safe Sport. I expect you'll hear that the caseworker pulled down that long driveway, that she pulled into that parking lot, and the very first person that she met outside the clubhouse or the stable was the defendant. She didn't tell him anything about why she was there, just that she needed to speak with Mary Haskins, the defendant's girlfriend. That's because the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins, had 2 children who would occasionally live at the farm or come stay at the farm if they were on a break from school or something else. The caseworker, Mary Haskins, then went into the office that I described inside of that clubhouse, and they were meeting in there, and I expect you'll hear that the defendant came in and interrupted them. First once, then a second time, and the third time he interrupted them, he told the 2 women that he needed the office, that they needed to continue their conversation in another part of the property. And so they left the office and left him alone in that office. That office is where the defendant's gun safe was. And I expect you'll hear that after the shooting, when the police were investigating and to search the property, on the top shelf of that safe, a black and pink gun case, the same gun case that Ruth Cox had given the gun to the defendant in. I expect you'll also hear that on the shelf below it, there was an open box of 9mm ammunition that was also open with a number of bullets missing. So after the caseworker and Mary Haskins left the office and the defendant was alone in the office, it was shortly after that he got into his car in the parking lot. He drove that truck up over the rise on the driveway and pulled into that parking lot behind the farmhouse, where he knew that Lauren and Rob were. I expect the evidence will show that Rob first spoke with the defendant while Rob was standing on the porch, and that there's a large bush next to the doorway area, such that Rob really couldn't see anything from below the defendant's chest or so. And that he, the defendant, said words something to the effect of, "How do we end this without a war?" I expect you'll hear that Lauren then came out of the house, or Lauren was walking down the steps of the porch, and that's when the defendant pulled out the gun and shot her twice, puncturing her lung, causing massive internal bleeding, life-threatening injuries that she was fortunate enough to survive. And that's why this is an attempted murder case. You'll hear that Rob was able to subdue the defendant and hold him on the ground until the police got there, because Lauren was able to call 911 after she'd been shot. Again, there are many details that I'm leaving out. This is just a rough sketch of what I expect you'll hear during the trial, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what to expect over the next couple of weeks. The last thing I want to mention before I sit down is the law. Now, hearing the evidence, hearing the facts would mean nothing to you if you didn't have law to apply it to. And I'm imagining that the way that this case will move and progress is going to dictate what law the judge gives you at the end of the trial. But I can tell you about 2 parts of the law that are interconnected that I virtually guarantee that the judge will tell you at the end of the trial. I have to say, if I say anything different from what the judge tells you at the end of the trial, as you know, he's the judge of the law. He gives you the law. It doesn't come from me. It doesn't come from Mr. Belinkis. It doesn't come from any witness who may testify. The law only comes from the judge. But I think it's important to highlight these 2 parts of the law now, so you have an idea of what to expect as you're hearing that testimony and hearing that evidence. The first thing is that the burden of proving the defendant guilty of those crimes, attempted murder and possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, that rests on the state. You recall Mr. Bennett and I introduced ourselves to you during jury selection last week. That is our burden to prove. That burden to prove him guilty will never shift to the defense. It's a heavy burden, as the judge said, beyond a reasonable doubt, but it doesn't mean beyond every doubt. And what I expect Mr. Bennett and I will do over the course of the next days and weeks is call witnesses and present you with evidence that will leave you firmly convinced that the defendant committed these crimes. Evidence that you can rely on to make your verdict without any passion, any sympathy, any prejudice, any of those things the judge mentioned, that your verdict will be based on the evidence that we produce. The second part of the law that I want to mention is connected to that. And that's about the two charges that the defendant is on trial for. Now, there are two victims, so there's two counts of each of these charges. But the first charge, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, means that his possession, the defendant's possession of that pink and black 9mm handgun on August 7th was unlawful because he had an intention to use it or a purpose to use it unlawfully against Rob or against Lauren in shooting him. The other charge, attempted murder, requires Mr. Bennett and I to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant took a substantial step to cause their deaths. Now, if you remember back to jury selection last week, and I know for some of you that was a full week ago, some people mentioned that they like to watch crime procedurals on TV. Some people like the dramatization, some people like the true life, the documentaries. But the one thing that everyone acknowledged was that the law on TV is not the same as it is in real life. And certainly the law can change and be different from state to state. So that's why Judge Taylor will give you the law at the end of the trial that applies here in New Jersey. I mention that because some of you may have had a preconception or a notion that murder or attempted murder requires evidence of planning or preparation or premeditation. But a person can commit even the most terrible crime under the influence of an impulse that impacts their restraint, that causes them to ignore that restraint, that may ordinarily stop them or prevent them from committing a crime, from committing murder. But in that moment of emotion, in that moment of impulse, they ignore the ability to tell the difference between right and wrong. They ignore the ability to understand what they're doing and commit that act anyway. And so even though it may not have been an act that was preconceived or premeditated or planned out in great detail long before that, the person can still act with purpose. The last thing I want to mention about the law is connected to that as well. And that's that I expect the judge will tell you that you can infer a defendant's purpose was to take a life, was to kill, if that person used a deadly weapon, a handgun. Now again, in this case, you'll be instructed a handgun is a deadly weapon. And I expect you to hear evidence that the defendant did use that deadly weapon against Lauren and against Rob. And so you can use that alone to infer that his intent was to cause death. I expect the evidence to show that on August 7th of 2019, the defendant was angry. He was furious, he was frustrated, he was upset. He was angry with Lauren and he was angry with Rob. He knew what he was doing when he went into that safe. He knew what he was doing when he loaded bullets into the gun. He knew what he was doing when he left the clubhouse, drove down that driveway, and pulled into the parking lot to confront them. And he most certainly knew what he was doing was wrong when he pointed the gun at them and tried to kill them. I'm sure that I'll have more to say at the end of the trial. I want to thank everyone for your attention this morning. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And at the end of the trial, Mr. Bennett and I will ask you to find the defendant guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn.
Guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn. I will turn now to the defense opening.
Help. I'm in fear of my life. Help. I fear for my life. Someone, anyone, please help me. I'm in fear of my life. Those are the cries for help from Michael Barisone. Those cries fell on deaf ears. My name is Edward Olympian. At council table, Christopher Deininger and I are charged with representing Michael Barisone. An awesome responsibility. Stop and think for a second of the magnitude. Presume, as the law requires, demands that my client is innocent. If I get a little emotional, excited, I raise my voice, I mean no disrespect. I am the only thing standing between this man and a wrongful conviction. Me and the truth. I have his life in my hands. I accept that responsibility. On August 7th, 2019, Lauren Kanarek was shot twice. A third bullet was discharged. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone. Thank God she survived, is riding again, and living a normal life. It's a tragedy that Lauren Kanarek was shot on that day. That said, there is another tragedy. A tragedy that will be played out in this courtroom. The tragic story of Michael Barisone. An Olympic athlete, a world-class dressage trainer, a man who on the outside appeared strong, confident, in total control, but what the evidence will show, a much different picture. A man who had a horrible childhood, was physically abused by his mother, sexually molested by a neighbor over and over and over again. A man who left home to get away from all of that and found solitude, security in the equestrian community. A man who worked his way up to the top of the ladder, the top of his field, but behind the scenes was struggling with anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, even delusions. You'll learn that for over a 20-year period prior to the shooting, he was seeing a therapist on and off. As the prosecutor said, he's now charged with 4 crimes. As the judge instructed you, the indictment is not evidence. And what brings this case before you? It's a vehicle to allow us to come up here and argue this case. That grand jury only heard one side, which I submit is going to be a lot different what all of you will hear in this courtroom. Defense wasn't there to question or challenge the state's case. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's case is flawed. You will learn that they did little or no evidence with regards to what actually happened on August 7th. Worst off, they ignored what transpired prior to the shooting and are now trying to fill in the blanks after the fact. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's only evidence will come from the testimony of the 2 alleged victims. 2 people who have lied over and over and over again, left things out, and changed their story. Their words, after you hear the whole truth, will cast doubt on what happened, who attacked who, and who is the person that's responsible for this tragedy. It's the prosecutor's position that my client had a few problems with Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. No big deal. Got angry, just drove down to the house and shot both of them. Shot her and shot at the boyfriend. That's not what the evidence is going to show. The fact will lead you to a far different conclusion. What the prosecutor didn't tell you, what this case is really about, it's about Lauren Kanarek, her father and her boyfriend, devising a plan to destroy this man and drive him crazy. It's about the most devious attempt to destroy another human being that you will ever hear. It's about Lauren Kanarek falsely accusing Michael Barisone of all sorts of misdeeds, criminal conduct even, and even the sexual abuse of his girlfriend's small child. And the whole time, ladies and gentlemen, the whole time she's doing this, knowing how her personal attacks were adversely affecting this man and getting pleasure, amusement, even thinking it was funny at him deteriorating. Every man, woman has a breaking point. Some people are stronger than others. That, ladies and gentlemen, is really what this case is about. So there's no misunderstanding what my defense is. I'm not going to leave anything out in this opening statement. My client is not guilty. At the time of the shooting, my client feared for his life. He was suffering from a mental disease and did not know what he was doing was wrong. That concept of purposefulness that the prosecutor talked about. Under the law, our society recognizes that some people may be bad and some people may be sick. The law recognizes that a hostile act may result from some infirmity or sickness of the mind which an individual did not design. It is society's judgment, which is recognized by our law, the law that all of you have been sworn to protect, that a forbidden act should not be punished criminally unless done with the knowledge of wrongdoing. It's important that all of you know at this point, and the judge will instruct you as to the law at the end of the case, but it's important that you know that if a person is found not guilty by reason of insanity, that person will be not freed or indefinitely committed to a mental institution. The court will hold hearings, make determinations that provide for that individual, but also provide to protect the public. Let's look at the evidence. Michael Barisone owned 2 stables, one in New Jersey, one in Florida. Lauren Kanarek and her father make a deal to board and train their horses at Michael Barisone's company. Barisone agrees to train Kanarek and her horses, and also, and this becomes important, agrees to give her living accommodations. At first, things go all right. Then a problem develops between Kanarek, Barisone, and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins Gray. Now, I'm sure Lauren Kanarek is going to take that stand and give her side of the story and try to blame other people for whatever issues arose. However, you will see Lauren Kanarek's social media posts that will tell the real story, the scary story. You will learn that Kanarek becomes obsessed with Mary Haskins and blames her for all her shortcomings. She believes that Mary Haskins, his girlfriend, is trying to destroy her life, her livelihood, and her riding career. You'll learn that she starts causing problems at the stables. She starts bad-mouthing Barisone, Mary Haskins, and the staff members. She starts posting on social media for the world to see disparaging remarks, attacking them and their business. You'll learn that she tells people, which Barisone sees on these posts, that he abuses and neglects horses. In the equestrian community, that is a death knell, obviously. That he's a deadbeat. He doesn't pay his bills. She even calls him a criminal and accuses him of insurance fraud. And then she starts alleging on social media that she has been bullied and that her life has been threatened. And you'll learn that all these things are false. They never happened. Because of those attacks, Michael Barisone starts looking into Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. They call numerous people in the business. And the equestrian community is a small, close-knit community. She's told various things about Goodwin and Kanarek. He's giving names of people. Him and Mary Haskins call these people and talk to them. You will see the true Lauren Kanarek in these posts, and you will see why Michael Barisone becomes afraid of her. What the evidence will show is that at some point, as early as 2018, she's told if she doesn't like it here, to leave. You don't like the way you train, you don't like this, you don't like that, leave. She refuses. You'll see at some point she starts ramping up her social media attacks, starts posting threatening things on Facebook. You'll learn that Michael Barisone, his girlfriend, and other staff members start pulling up her Facebook posts and looking about what she's posting. They see postings of her talking incessantly about guns, carrying guns, sleeping with a 9mm under her pillow. They see posts of her saying that she's being bullied by a 6'3" man and that she's afraid of this person. She talks incessantly about going to war. It's time. War is inevitable. She said things like, weapons hot. After Barisone sees these posts, he contacts the father and basically says, this can't go on. She has to leave. It's important to note at this point, when all these crazy things are going on, when all these posts, threatening posts, are occurring, she is living above Michael Barisone in his house in an upper apartment with her boyfriend. The evidence will show that once these posts are pulled up everybody is digging into Lauren Kanarek's Facebook post. You'll find, or they find, Michael Barisone finds a post where Lauren Kanarek threatened to kill both her and Mary Haskins and destroy his business. You'll see the post. Although she uses metaphors, it will be clear who she's talking about and what her intentions are. You will learn that after Michael Barisone sees this post, he flees his own home, his castle. He takes his family, the girlfriend, and a small child, and leaves that farmhouse and flees to the stable area. He is now sleeping on a couch, living out of a suitcase in the club area. There'll be evidence to clearly indicate that Michael Barisone is afraid. He's scared. You'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that on July 31st, he hires a private security. You'll learn that they ran a background check and gave it to Barisone. That same night, on July 31st, approximately a week before the shooting, Barisone, his girlfriend, and other people are up at the stable area. And numerous people hear Lauren Kanarek screaming that she is going to destroy everything in Mary Haskins' life, everything she loves and holds dear. Upon hearing that threat, Michael Barisone calls 911. Washington Township responds. He says, "I am in fear of my life of this woman." The police do nothing. Barisone tries to show him the paperwork, the background check that he got, the threatening post. It's a civil matter. They do nothing. The next day, August 1st, Barisone starts calling people to get help. He calls the general counsel, who he knows, of the United States Equestrian Federation. He calls the CEO of the United States Equestrian Federation, the agency the prosecutor talked about. He calls the police officer, who's a friend of his, and telling them what's going on. You'll learn on that day, August 1st, Lauren Kanarek comes to the stables. She comes after hours, after the stables are closed. And again, she's now coming after hours to the stables, which have become Michael Barisone's last refuge of safety. She's told to leave by the owner of the property. She refuses, she flips out. Michael Barisone calls 911 again for the second time. They come, Washington Township. "I am in fear of my life." Nothing. What's interesting on that day, August 1st, is that Washington Township calls the Morris County Prosecutor's Office. They talk about what's going on. And after that discussion, the police officer tells both Barisone and Lauren Kanarek, "Mr. Barisone, you can't restrict her movement on your farm. She could come and go whenever, wherever she wants." You'll learn that they gave Lauren Kanarek free reign of the property, including his now residence. Michael Barisone is so afraid. He has no idea what to do, how to protect himself. He hires a private security guard and pays him $100 a night to sit in front of the stables with his truck pointed towards the farmhouse where Kanarek and her boyfriend are living to guard them. You'll learn that Barisone is not sleeping at this point. He's walking the property at all hours of the night, trying to protect his family, the people who work there, the horses. You'll learn he is so afraid on the next day, August 2nd, 5 days before the shooting, he and Mary Haskins send her son home, 11-year-old son. They send him back to the father because they're concerned about his safety. You learn that Barisone's trying to get some evidence or something to convince the police that Kanarek should not be there. You learn on that night he checks their trash and finds Suboxone, empties Suboxone packages in Kanarek's trash. Suboxone is a drug used by heroin addicts. You'll learn on the next day, August 3rd, Kanarek is still posting crazy things after she has been told to leave. You'll learn at that point, around August 3rd, Michael Barisone has a feeling or thinks he's being recorded. Private conversations that he's having with his girlfriend and other people at the stable start being posted or texted or used in conversation. You'll learn that on that day, Lauren Kanarek posts a post and basically says, I have multiple personalities and I am not responsible for my actions. Barisone sees that post. He calls 911 again, a third time. I am in fear of my life. He also tells the police that he thinks he's being recorded. They do nothing. What they do, unbeknownst to Michael Barisone, is that they go and talk to Lauren Kanarek. And what will become important when you're judging someone's credibility is that on that day, Lauren Kanarek tells the police that she's recorded Barisone and the staff. The police do nothing. They conduct no investigation, and worst of all, they don't go and tell Michael Barisone, this woman's recording your private conversations. They just leave the property. On the 4th, 3 days before the shooting, Kanarek is posting crazy texts to Michael Barisone. After she's told to leave, she's texting him that she's going to send people that he doesn't know onto his property, into his stable to ride her horses. She also says she's going to put elderly people or infants in his house. He doesn't know what to do. He calls his lawyer. The lawyer says, if anyone comes on the property, you need releases. On that day, Kanarek comes to the stable again. Barisone tells her, you must sign a release. She flips out, makes threatening remarks. Barisone calls the police, 911, again, for the 4th time. I am in fear of my life. Again, the police do nothing. On August 5th, Kanarek is posting, texting things using the exact words that Michael Barisone and others used in private conversations. He hires a debugging company. He has no idea where this is coming from, how she's recording him. He pays that debugging company $5,000 to come in and sweep the areas. They don't find anything. But you'll see a post where Lauren Kanarek boasts about putting the devices where no one can find them. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that with regards to Barisone thinking in his mind that his private conversations were being recorded, that Lauren Kanarek, her father, and the boyfriend were secretly recording numerous conversations. We have over 70 private conversations that they recorded in the residence, the stable, the club area, which became his residence, and even his private office. What's worse, not only is Kanarek illegally recording Michael Barisone, she starts using those recordings to taunt him, to push him over the edge. She's posting for everyone to see private conversations. You'll see in one of those postings that Barisone saw that she says she thinks it's funny watching them scurry around trying to have a conversation. Well, that's not all. For that day, Michael Barisone has his lawyer send Kanarek a letter, a 3-page letter, laying everything out, saying, get out. Because Barisone knew that his lawyer had sent that letter, he was concerned for his safety. He personally went to the Washington Township Police Department with stacks of papers and whatever evidence he had accumulated at this point to try to plead with them for help. He doesn't even get into the back. 3 officers come out and basically say, get out of here. You know, we've been to your house. We told you we can't do anything here. And they push him out of the office. They don't look at anything. On the 6th, the day before the shooting, Kanarek, after she gets that letter to get out, ramps up her attacks even further. She posts a 3-page post falsely accusing Barisone and Haskins of various untrue things. She even puts in those posts for everyone to see the private conversation on that day, the 6th, the day before the shooting, after the letter on the 5th. Kanarek is served with a formal eviction notice. You'll learn that things get even worse for Barisone. You'll learn that Kanarek and Goodwin filed a complaint with the town saying that Barisone was doing construction in the house and stable with no permits, and they made an allegation that both locations were unsafe to habitate. What you'll also learn is that Lauren Kanarek's boyfriend, the one who made the complaint with Kanarek, was the one doing the work. You'll learn that on the 6th, the town comes to Barisone's stable in New Jersey. They kick him out of his last place of refuge. He is now living sleeping on a mattress outside on a porch in front of the stables. He is now virtually homeless. You'll learn the whole time the town was there, and they came in mass. Fire protection, health department, building. Robert Goodwin was there pointing out everything to make sure Barisone would get kicked out of the residence. You'll see how upset Barisone was. And Goodwin saw how upset Barisone was. At one point when the town is there, after he's been kicked out of his stable area and is living on the front porch, Robert Goodwin, when their backs are turned to him, takes his finger, makes it in the shape of a gun, pulls the trigger, and mouths the word to Michael Barisone, "Get ready." You learn that even that wasn't enough for them. Lauren Kanarek wasn't even satisfied with that type of destructive behavior. You'll learn on the day of the shooting, August 7th, she posts another threatening post. She's talking and telling the world that she has eyes and ears in places that can't ever be detected. She talks about having fun watching them. You'll learn that on the morning of the shooting, Robert Goodwin, the boyfriend, and the blacksmith have a problem, an argument. The blacksmith doesn't want to shoe their horses anymore because of what's going on at the stables. You'll learn that he blames Michael Barisone and makes a threat. There's going to be consequences. The day after he uses the finger gesture. That statement was relayed to Barisone. It's not over yet. There'll be more evidence. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Lauren Kanarek set in motion the final, what I call the coup de grace. She did the worst thing any human being could do to another human being. She falsely accused him of sexual misconduct with his girlfriend's son. As the prosecutor said, on the 7th, DCPP Dyfus shows up and confronts both Barisone and Haskell. She's really not supposed to tell anybody anything with regards to her investigation, but you will have evidence that Barisone was made aware of the allegations of sexual abuse. You'll learn at that point, after all that he had gone through and suffered, he starts to have a complete mental breakdown. You'll learn that from that point, he has no memory of what happened. Everything went black. Now, what the evidence will show is that Michael Barisone got into his truck, drove to the farmhouse. He's described, and the prosecutor said in his opening, angry, furious. This is how Robert Goodwin described him. Calm, sorrowful. Sorrowful. Not angry, not furious. According to Goodwin, Michael Barisone says, "Can't we work this out? I don't want to go to war." It's important that you know he uses the word that Kanarek continually taunted him with. At which point, again, according to Goodwin, Goodwin says, "It's past that, talk to your attorney." Now, this is what happened, what the evidence will show. Robert Goodwin turns his back, walks away. Lauren Kanarek then walks past Goodwin to confront Michael Barisone. They say Michael Barisone just fired 2 shots in her chest and 1 at Goodwin. What the evidence will show is that Michael Barisone was severely beaten by both Goodwin and Kanarek. You'll see pictures of the horrific beating that this man took. Neither of them mentioned in their original statements that Kanarek was involved in this beating. Neither of them mentioned that they had sicked their vicious dog on Michael Barisone. You'll see various bite marks over Barisone's body, including 1 vicious bite to the inner groin area. You'll learn when the police arrived. The Washington Township Police, the same people that had been there 4 times previously. You'll learn when the police arrived. They have no idea who the shooter is. Remember, Barisone's the one that said his life was in danger previously. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that when the police arrive there, they see Goodwin on top of Barisone, beating the hell out of him. Neither of them have a gun in their hand. The gun is on the ground. They're rolling around. You will hear Goodwin's voice in a 911 call. And although he'll claim that those statements were made after the shooting, you can get a sense of Robert Goodwin when you hear him say repeatedly over and over again, "I am going to fucking kill you. Don't move. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to kill you." As I said, when the police arrive, they have no idea who the shooter is. The officer, the first officer on the scene, asked the question, "Who's the shooter? Robert Goodwin, Michael Barisone." Case closed. You'll learn that Barisone was beaten so badly, so severely, he was in no condition to do or say anything in response to that question. You will hear evidence with respect to the first officer who arrived on the scene. He describes Barisone as partially conscious. The second officer on the scene describes him as incoherent. The third officer recalls Barisone saying over and over again, "Is this real? I need to wake up." He tells all the medical personnel, the first aid people, EMS, Morristown Medical, and all the people at the hospital, when they're treating him, asking him what happened, he tells all of them, "I don't remember. I have no recollection of the event." You'll learn from the time DCPP arrived that he heard the allegations to the point when he woke up in the hospital, he has no memory of that event. And there'll be testimony with regards to being caused by either the mental breakdown or the severe physical beating he took to his head. You'll learn that after Robert Goodwin points to Michael Barisone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. We'll continue.
They let him walk around. They don't do anything with him.
Counsel Corey,
You'll
next
learn
witness.
that there was a camera right above where this alleged attempted murder occurred. Washington Township was aware of it that night. The Morris County Prosecutor's Office was aware of it that night. Goodwin says it would have captured the whole thing. You'll learn that Washington, like they have done in the past, and the
Mr. Gibson, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
That night. They allowed the camera to stay in the possession of Goodwin and Kanarek for months. And months later, when they finally put two to two together, they tried to download the
Fine, have a seat, Mr. Gibson. Please keep your voice
but
up.
unfortunately,
That microphone does not project your voice in the courtroom. So if you don't understand the question, just indicate that and I'll have counsel
you're going to hear
rephrase.
from
Go ahead, counsel.
highly trained experts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gibson.
Psychiatrists and a psychologist.
Do you live and work in New Jersey?
A tremendous amount of work
I'm
evaluating and testifying.
Public insurance adjuster?
And hundreds of
What is the field of
for
public
both
insurance adjustment?
state
Public adjusting is where the homeowner or business owner has an insurance policy for property that they own. They would hire me to represent them if they had a claim, where an insurance company has either a direct employee of the insurance company as an insurance adjuster,
At the
or
time of
they
the
use
incident,
independent
Michael
insurance
Barisone
adjusters
was
to
suffering
negotiate
from a
claims on
mental
their behalf.
defect.
Is the
And based on his
insurance
delusions,
adjuster,
he generally felt his
nationwide
life was in
pursuit?
danger.
And some
needed
states
to act
do
in
not have public
self-defense.
adjusters.
And as a
you just don't
result of the
exist.
mental
In New Jersey
illness,
they
They do, yes.
he was not
Do you
aware
have
of the
any
nature and
particular
quality of his act.
education
And
background that's
certainly
relevant
didn't
to it?
know
Well,
right
in New
from
Jersey, you have to have continuing education through
Every
online courses.
man has a breaking point.
Prior to being a public adjuster, I was an electronic engineer,
And when you hear the evidence,
and then I switched fields
you know,
11 years
you need-
after that. So my schooling is more towards the electronic end, and
Finally,
experience more towards public
you will know
adjusting.
overwhelming evidence
So how many
of the
years have you
mental
engaged
torture
in the business of
thrust
being a
upon
public
this
insurance
man.
adjuster?
This is my
A
30th
man
year.
with prior
Yes.
mental issues.
And you operate your own
You'll learn
company?
about
Yes.
the exhaustive and numerous steps he took to protect himself and his family. And you will hear from numerous people who saw
With
him
respect to how your
crumbling mentally
office
to the point where they
I'd like
believed
to
he
try
was going to
if you
kill
can
himself.
direct your attention to what
Look at
your
the
office
evidence.
operated like in
More
January
importantly,
of 2019.
look at the lack
That's
of
right. In
evidence.
the first 6 months of that year,
I
okay?
submit with respect to the shooting,
Go
To
ahead.
answer your question, my office
won't know
is
who
located in
did
Goodwin, New
what.
Jersey.
Uh-huh.
We have a small office, which we have
The
a
only
secretary
thing
who happens to be
you
my
will be
wife,
certain of,
and my boss, if you want to look at it that
after
way.
looking at all the
I have a business partner, and my son would be also an adjuster with my firm. And I think in 2019, that was the extent of our firm.
Okay. Do you have a sophisticated phone switchboard system in the office?
We have approximately 3 lines coming into the office. 2 of the lines are mostly made for outgoing calls, not to tie up our office lines for new business coming in. We found probably about 10 years ago that it benefits our office if we have that line forwarded to my cell phone, so we didn't miss any incoming calls or wait for an answering service to get back to us. Because we found answering services kind of didn't give us the correct names or correct numbers or addresses. They weren't accurate. So all the phones at that time were forwarded to my cell phone.
May I ask, with respect to the practice of being an insurance adjuster, are sometimes you called upon on an emergent basis?
Yes, but our licenses only allow us to solicit or to obtain new business between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. for the first 24 hours of an incident. But if somebody called us and it was an emergency, as long as we get a call in, we're allowed to go out and take care of that situation.
And there is a license issued to you?
But we're licensed by the State Department of Banking and Insurance.
Is that something as to which you have to submit an application?
You have to submit an application, a form of insurance, continuing education, that your credits were up to date.
So is a person or an operation vetted before they're given that license?
Yes,
And you've been through that vetting process?
yes.
And did you maintain that license in January of 2019?
Oh, yes,
Have you maintained it continuously throughout your operation of
Yes.
your business?
yes.
Let's go to January of 2019. Did you come into contact with Michael Barisone?
Yes,
And What was it that brought you into contact with him?
I believe I received a phone call from Mr. Barisone that he had a claim in a farmhouse he owned. It was a pipe freeze-up, so it was a pipe that burst due to the thawing of the broken pipe.
Was that pipe that burst in a farmhouse, did you say?
Yes.
And was that the farm where Michael also had his dressage facility?
Yes. I understand that the dressage facility was further back than the farmhouse. I never actually ventured back that way.
Okay.
But the farmhouse is where my business took place.
Okay. And so you get the call from Michael. You're advised of some incident. What was the next step you took with respect to this contact?
So either the same day or the following day, I would go down and meet Mr. Barisone and look at what is involved with his claim, see what caused the damages, and find out whose insurance company he was with, and make sure that he had coverage for the claim that he had.
Do you have a specific recollection as to whether Mr. Barisone was actually in the state of New Jersey when this claim arose, as opposed to being in the state of Florida?
I could tell you that I know the claim took place on January 28th, or at least it was reported on January 28th. And I was retained on, I believe, January 31st. So I can't tell you if he was there before we met. I don't know that.
Can I show you a document?
Sure.
I've marked for identification as 750. That's 50. That's one. Take a moment to review this to yourself, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is my firm's retainer agreement.
And does it indicate that you're being retained in connection with any specific event?
Pipe break.
Where?
411 West Mill Road in Long Valley, New Jersey.
And does this document set forth the terms of your agreement with respect to acting as an insurance adjuster?
Yes.
And do you get compensated?
Yes.
And what does it say your compensation is in connection with this engagement?
7% of the settlement.
Okay. Does this reflect your signature?
Yes.
And do you see another signature?
Yes.
Whose is that?
I know it's Mike Barisone, but I can't read it because it's a signature, but I know that to be because that's who retained me.
And does this confirm the date when it was signed?
January 31st.
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So, do you recall where it was that you met with Michael to have him sign this?
In his kitchen, the first floor kitchen.
At the property?
At the property.
So was there an active water leak at the time you were there?
No. The insurance company brought in a company called Code Blue Restoration. And what they did is set up fans and dehumidifiers to try to dry up the structure. So it wasn't actively leaking at the time that I was there, but I was able to see the pipe that broke, where it was located, and the damage that it caused.
So the efforts of that company, would it be fair to call them a remediation company?
Yes.
And why is it important, if you know, to have a remediation company come in?
Well, the first part of your insurance policy tells you that you need to protect your property from further damage. So by protecting your property from further damage, you want to bring in a remediation company to dry up the structure to prevent mold or any additional damage that may be caused if you don't address the wet material.
Do they sometimes cut into the walls when they're attempting to dry it out?
Yes.
Do they remove sheetrock?
Yes.
Do they remove insulation?
Yes.
And if they left that in place and didn't remediate, what sort of additional damage could happen to the property?
Well, the floors would buckle more than they have. You develop a mold situation in the walls. I do believe when I was at the property and Code Blue was there, we did some testing and additional sheetrock or drywall had to be removed because it was wet and it wasn't found at the time when Code Blue was first involved.
Do you recall, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when you were there whether or not the ceilings have been stripped of their sheetrock and insulation?
Some were not. Some I instructed them to move further with the removal of the drywall.
And that was to protect the property?
Yes.
And does that also in some manner hopefully reduce the claim?
Yes.
In connection with this claim, were you ever, did you ever meet with Lauren Kanarek?
No,
Did you ever speak with Lauren Kanarek?
no,
To your knowledge, did anyone else from your office ever meet or speak with Lauren Kanarek?
no.
How many claims over the years? All right, I'll change the question. If you were to give a good faith estimate
Right.
as to the number of claims that you've been involved with over the years, can you ballpark it? Would it be dozens, hundreds, thousands? What would it be?
Approximately 200, 250 claims a year. Sometimes if there's storms or floods that come through, that number jumps dramatically.
So during Superstorm Sandy, for example, what happened to your office?
We had to stop taking claims. We did so much business that I had to instruct my firm to stop bringing in new business. It wasn't fair to the client or the potential client, and it would just drive us crazy. So we had to stop. We only took so many.
In your past experience, is a damage to a house from a burst pipe something that's unusual?
No.
How common is it in your experience?
In the winter months between January and March, very common. Oh, for a frozen pipe. For a pipe break, it could be very common. Just for the pipe to break by itself or a pinhole or something rubbing against a pipe that causes, but in this case, it was a frozen pipe that when that pipe thawed, that's when the water caused all the damages.
Was there anything unusual about this claim based upon your experience of 30 years in the insurance adjusting business?
No, it was common for this type of claim.
Do you know whether in connection with investigating the claim and representing Michael or his business in connection with it, whether you did anything to verify whether there was propane in the tank on the property?
So my firm directly does not get involved with any investigation part of the claim, but the insurance company did request information that I then asked Mr. Barisone to provide to us. One was to make sure, and according to this type of claim, you have to make sure that heat is maintained in the house. So they requested information. It was a propane supplied the fuel to heat the home. So they asked for propane bills or documentation to show that there was propane in the tank at the time of the loss.
With respect to this claim and the communications with the insurance company, were the communications really through you representing Michael Barisone?
So the line of communication would be from the insurance company to me, to Mr. Barisone, to me, to the insurance company.
And the question about documentation of having propane in the tank, that was one of those conversations?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what I've marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 700-51.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is from the propane company that supplies propane to the farmhouse.
Okay. Is it a delivery receipt?
Yes.
Does it indicate how many gallons of propane were
Counsel,
delivered?
can I see you at the bench, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like the spec, sir?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Mr. Shellhorn, any cross-examination?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
The defense calls Philip Dutton.
Philip Dutton? Just watch your step and step up to the table.
Mr. Dutton, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath, please.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Philip Dutton, D-U-T-T-O-N.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat. Mr. Dutton, please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dutton.
Hi.
You live in Pennsylvania?
That's correct.
What city?
The postal address is West Grove.
How long have you lived there?
About 30 years.
What do you do for a living?
What's called a 3-day event rider or equestrian. So that's what I do full time. So I compete throughout the world and teach and train horses.
So you said a 3-day event rider. That's what, am I using the term correctly?
Correct, yes.
Could you give the jury a description as to what that means?
A 3-day event is like a triathlon for horses. So there's 3 sports involved in our sport, and you can only use the same horse for all 3 sports, and the score is tallied over the 3 sports. So the 3 sports are dressage, and then cross country and show jumping.
How long have you been engaged in the pursuit of that sport?
Well, I've ridden all my life. I mean, you start off in pony club and that kind of thing. But when I moved to this country from Australia, I took it up full time.
How long ago was that?
That was in 1990, I believe.
You do it competitively?
Correct.
Have you ever gone to the Olympics?
I've been to 7 Olympics.
7?
Yes.
What country were you representing in the 7 Olympics you attended?
I represented Australia in Atlanta, Sydney, and Athens, and then I changed my nationality to the US and represented US in China, and then London, and then Rio, and just recently in Tokyo.
Have you medaled?
Yes, I was fortunate to be team gold medalist for Australia twice, and an individual medal for America in Rio de Janeiro.
What year was Rio? 2016?
2016, yes.
Do you know Michael Barisone?
Yes, I do.
How did you come into contact with him?
Michael is a great dressage rider and teacher, and so I sought him out to get help for one of the disciplines, which is dressage, leading out or around the London Olympics time, and for a year or 2 after that. So,
And if you could, for the jury's sake, when were the London Olympics?
that was 2012.
So is it fair to say that as of now you've known Michael for maybe 10 years?
That's correct.
And you worked with him as a trainer?
Well, he was my coach for dressage, yes. So I was the student in that situation.
Okay, so when you say coach, he's coaching you as a rider as opposed to something else?
He's coaching me as a rider, but also the horse, and giving his professional wisdom on how to improve the horse and get them to go better and train better and muscle better and just overall improve the performance.
Are those things impactful on your performance in competition?
Absolutely, yes, and that's why, you know, competition's tough, so you're just trying to get a little bit better all the time, so you seek out help and advice all the time.
Did Michael do that for you?
Yeah, Michael's a great coach.
So you know him as a coach.
Mhm.
Did he fit any other categories in your life, such as friend, mentor, anything else?
Yeah, I'd call him a friend, and we didn't hang out that much. Certainly on trips like going overseas, you usually only got one horse, and that doesn't take long. So you hang out there and talk and get to know one another. So I've got to know him pretty well. Even when he wasn't coaching, I'd still see him around some of the competitions. Even when he wasn't coaching me, I could still see him at some of the competitions and talk and that kind of stuff.
Have you ever seen him ride a horse?
Yes.
With any frequency, have you seen him do that?
Yeah, I'd say I saw him ride. He's ridden some of mine to get a feel for what they were like. So.
In your experience, have you ever seen Michael do anything inappropriate with a horse?
No, never. At this level, the horses, unless they're treated well, they're not going to go well. So, it's in no one's interest to be mean or bad to a horse or do anything wrong to them.
So have you ever seen him mistreat a horse?
Never.
Have you ever seen him become violent toward another person?
No, I have not.
Have you, through your interactions with him, developed a belief as to his truthfulness?
All of my interactions, Michael was extremely honest and somebody that I could trust, yes.
Did you find him to be honorable or dishonorable in business?
I think he's very honorable. I mean, I didn't have much of a business dealing. It was just more I paid him for my lessons and that kind of thing. But he was very honest and straightforward and trustworthy.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Dutton, good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm sorry to ask you this question, but did you have a fire on one of your farms in May of 2011?
Yes.
And a number of horses perished in that fire?
That's correct.
6 to be exact? So is it fair to say that a barn fire can be very dangerous for the horses?
Absolutely.
And you weren't at Mr. Barisone's farm on August 7th, 2019?
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Just watch your step.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mike McGrain.
Mike McGrain. Just watch your step. And then step up to the next one.
Hi, please remain standing. Left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath, please.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Michael McGrain, McGrain.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Mr. McGrain. Please keep your voice up in response to questions.
Okay.
If you don't understand something that's being asked, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. McGrain, where do you reside?
I live in Westminster, Maryland.
Do you have any involvement in the horse industry?
Yes, I train and work and teach.
Do you have a particular area of training that you engage in for horses?
Dressage, mainly.
Dressage, okay. Do you know Michael Barisone?
Yes.
How did you come to know him?
I met him a few years back and went and ended up working for him as a young horse rider.
Do you recall what year it was that you met him?
I think 2018.
We're just asking for your best recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you work at Mr. Barisone's farm in Florida?
Yes.
Did you work at Mr. Barisone's farm in Long Valley, New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working for Mr. Barisone in 2019?
Yes.
Were you present on his farm commencing in June of 2019?
Yes.
And that's the Long Valley farm?
Yeah.
Did you have living accommodations there?
I did. I lived in like an RV trailer.
Comfortable arrangement?
Yeah, I liked it.
Were there any particular geographic formations in the area where your trailer was?
You mean like the landscape or
Yeah.
something? Yeah, I mean, I was kind of a little elevated above the barn, up like a little slope, a couple trees around me, some big rocks.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Okay. So, your job working for Michael was to train horses?
Yeah, I did the young horses, you know.
Okay.
I rode mostly young horses.
Oh. And did you have any other work that you performed for him while you were working for him?
Yeah, if I wasn't riding horses, I'd do some construction work for a little side money or something like that.
What experience do you have in construction?
I worked with my dad for about 8 or 10 years doing home remodeling and kind of high-end work and stuff like that.
Did any of the work that you were involved with involve tiling?
Yes.
What level of experience do you have in tiling?
After I spent a few years with my dad, I ended up kind of being like the main tile guy. I did all the laying and stuff and, you know, all the laying stuff out and everything like that.
So how many years do you have of experience working with tile?
8 or 10.
8 or 10. Yeah. And let me ask, it might sound like a naive question, but is that something that takes some skill to do properly?
Yeah, I've seen some pretty bad jobs from people.
Okay. And so as a person with 7 or 8 years of experience, did you have enough experience to do a good job as opposed to a problematic one?
I think so, yeah.
During 2019, do you recall what month it was that you arrived at the farm in Long Valley?
In 2019?
Yes.
Do you mean when I started working there or when I got back from Florida?
When you got back from Florida would be the way I would put it.
March or April, maybe? I think April, probably.
Okay. And were you involved in any of the work being done to the farmhouse in 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you involved at all in the tile work in the basement of that farmhouse?
Yeah, I laid the tile in there.
You did?
Yes.
Did you work with anyone in laying that tile?
I worked with Rob.
Rob who?
Rob Goodwin.
Okay. And to your knowledge, which of you, Mr. Goodwin or you, had greater experience in tile work?
I think in tile work I did.
Which of you took the lead role on that job?
I pretty much did, yeah.
And is there a percentage that you'd split it up as to how much percentage you were responsible for as opposed to Mr. Goodwin?
I was responsible for probably 70-80% of it.
Okay. When you were involved with working with Mr. Goodwin, did he show up on time for work?
Rarely.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
It's a little far afield, counsel.
Did the atmosphere at the farm change in July of 2019?
Yeah.
Did you observe changes in the atmosphere? Experience them yourself?
Yeah.
What did you observe and experience that were changes in the atmosphere at the farm at that time?
Things got real tense. It was not as much fun working there anymore. seems like everybody was walking on eggshells, just, really nervous, stuff like that.
Were you walking on eggshells?
I started locking my doors. Yeah, I was nervous.
Was that an unusual thing for you to do?
Yeah.
From your perspective, was there a cause for that change?
Yeah.
What was it?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
Relevance, Judge. Speculation calls for a lay opinion.
See at the bench. Objection sustained.
You mentioned a rock near the trailer.
Yeah.
Did you have any particular use for a rock near the trailer in your personal life at the farm?
I don't know why I was there, but I like to sit out there and smoke a cigarette.
Did there come a time in late July, early August, when you were sitting out there one evening with Justin Harden?
Yeah.
Did anything unusual happen while you and Justin were sitting out on the rock?
Yes.
What happened?
You could see like a figure kind of going around in front of windows and stuff, kind of sneaking around dressed all in black. And then at one point I heard some rustling in the brush behind me. And I was kind of like, what's that, and said something to Justin, and all of a sudden, Lauren Kanarek comes out of the brush and no shoes on, dressed all in black with like a black veil kind of thing, I guess to cover her face or something.
Was it light or dark out when this was happening?
It was dark.
That same evening, do you know whether Michael was out trying to walk the yard, so to speak?
He was on the front porch of the barn, I think.
What was Lauren wearing specifically?
It's, I guess it was just all black. I'm not sure. It might have been like a little dress or spandex on and stuff, no shoes. I couldn't tell you exactly what she was wearing.
Based on the circumstances you observed that night, did that clothing impact the visibility of Lauren Kanarek?
Yeah.
What did it do to the visibility of Lauren Kanarek?
Well, it was all black. The only time that you could see her is either when she was standing right in front of me or when she was sneaking by a window that had light shining through, and you'd see a little shadow figure go shooting by the light.
When you talk about windows with light shining through, what building were those windows in?
The garage.
Was she wearing shoes?
No.
Did you have a chance to observe Michael in the days, well, let me ask this first. Were you on the farm when the incident occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. In the days preceding that, did you interact at all with Michael?
Every single day.
Okay. And did you notice any changes in Michael in those days preceding the incident?
Yeah, I mean, usually he's pretty fun to be around, telling jokes. He's always involved with riding the horses or coaching us and stuff. We weren't getting any he wasn't coaching us as much anymore. He wasn't riding the horses that he was supposed to. Just seemed like depressed and out of it and stuff.
Did there come a time when Michael did anything unusual toward you that you felt was out of character?
He broke down to me a couple times. At one point, he gave me a hug, which I thought was weird because we never actually really hugged each other.
So was that the first and only time he's hugged you?
Yeah.
Were you ever, to your knowledge, mentioned in social media posted by Lauren Kanarek?
Yeah.
Did you see postings that you interpreted to be about you?
And counsel.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McGrane, you were at the farm on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
You didn't see what happened or what transpired by the farmhouse? You were interviewed that night at approximately 7:12?
I was interviewed that night. I'm not sure what time.
And was that that was when you were still at the property?
Yeah.
There were two detectives there?
Yeah.
And they asked you a series of questions about what you knew about what had been going on at the property recently?
Uh-huh.
They asked you questions about Michael Barisone?
Yeah.
They asked you questions about Lauren Kanarek?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you didn't say anything to them the day of the shooting about this story about Lauren Kanarek jumping out of the bushes wearing all black, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not. Yeah, I don't know.
Judge, I wasn't provided a transcript for this witness to show him, so I can either ask for the jury to be excused and play the video for him.
Let me see you at the bench.
Mr. McGrain, were you shown a copy of that statement before you came into courtroom today?
No.
Mr. Bowinkis or Mr. Deininger never showed you a copy of what you said to refresh your memory before you testified?
No.
And again, Judge, for the record, it's a video that the prosecutor.
All right, I get it. He wasn't shown a video. He is your witness.
And you don't recall whether or not you ever said that during your interview the day that Lauren Kanarek got shot?
It was 2.5 years ago. I can't recall what I was asked or said.
Do you remember when the police officers asked you questions about 911 calls in the week or so leading up to the shooting?
Not specifically. I don't remember.
Do you remember that there were 911 calls in the week leading to the shooting?
Yeah.
And were you at the property when some of those calls were made?
Yes.
Were you at the property when some of the occasions when the police came?
Yes.
And did you think that it was overreacting to call the police?
I didn't know the severity of the situation at times, so I wasn't sure.
But on August 7th, when you met with the police after the shooting and gave them a statement, you told them that it was probably a little overreacting by calling the police.
I may have said that. I'm not sure how I said it.
Do you also recall telling the police that nobody knew where the disagreement had come from?
Yeah, I don't even know how the whole thing got started in the first place.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any follow-up, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Just watch your step.
So, Deininger, any other witnesses this afternoon?
Your Honor, we've run out of witnesses for tonight.
All right. I understand you have some witnesses tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, good news and bad news. The defense has no more witnesses for this afternoon. They do have witnesses tomorrow. Good news is you get to go home early today. So we'll pick it up tomorrow morning, same time. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. And do you know how many witnesses you have for tomorrow?
We have 2 lay witnesses, correct then?
I believe from 2 lay witnesses and 2 experts. I hope to get on tomorrow, Judge, and then we're done.
All right, and so we'll have a full day tomorrow with 2 lay witnesses and 2 experts. So we'll hear that testimony hopefully tomorrow, and then if the state has any rebuttal. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I said this at the beginning, you probably forgot, but on Thursday morning, we're not going to sit Thursday morning. One of the attorneys has a prior engagement. The attorney tried to get it changed, but was unable to do so. And it's a prior legal engagement with a higher court, so I don't have any authority to make them change it. So I have to abide by what the higher court schedules. They take priority over this trial, unfortunately. So the attorney's going to be tied up. So 1:30, we expect to be able to start. So just keep that in mind. We'll start tomorrow all day, hopefully get all those witnesses done. If the state has any rebuttal testimony, we'll start that on Thursday afternoon. All right? Please don't discuss the case. You're free to go. Enjoy your afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Mr. Shellhorn, with regard to that last witness,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you want